Hopefully we're live. Hello, hello. I am running, is it 1 minute or 2 minutes late? So let me just check. 2 minutes late. I do apologise. Things to do, dogs to walk, drinks to bring over. I've just brought a coffee in, although it's a cold coffee. I shall cover all of this in some moments. Let's give it a moment for people to arrive. Let's give it another minute or two and I'll do the intro and we'll kick off. I was late creating the stream and announcing the stream, so I don't expect it'll be a massive audience. I have absolutely no idea what we're going to talk about, so I don't expect it's going to be one of the longest streams, certainly not one of the 4 or 5 hour streams. I hope to at least hit 2 hours, but we'll see how we go, folks. Tina's just found a remnant of a bone that she had the other day. Lying in the bed, it's a little sliver about this big, but she's just trying to crunch on that. There's always, when you give her one of these bones, there's always a little piece somewhere by towards the joint. So you got the big joint either end, and there's always one piece that just doesn't get eaten. 1 minute late, says Fabrizio Fama. My God, Mike, how could you? I know. Well, I think I was maybe 2 minutes late, but I have things to do. I try and get a nap before we go live. I did get one, but it was only kind of, I think it was like, I don't know, 8:30 or 9. And then I just watched a few videos and then a live stream. 9:30 or 9:25 actually, I have an alarm go off. Gives me 5 minutes to wake up and get up. I've got half an hour to get sorted. Bring the EcoFlow over the wires, make sure the phone, everything is charged, lights and everything are on, walk the dog, and walk her and water her and everything else, and get her back on the bed. I mean, that takes time. She's heavy, folks. She's heavy. It's not easy to pick her up. I'll show you her in a minute. We'll give it another 30 seconds and I'll do the intro, and then we'll introduce my glamorous co-star. I know you're joking, mate. I know that. Oh, I didn't see Robert. Hello, Robert. Good evening, sir. Nobody else. I haven't missed. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Oh my God. Let me scroll back to the beginning. After my initial post. God, it's jumping already. Okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's gone. Which one of you causes this? I think it's whenever Farmer shows up. Farmer said, welcome, hello, everyone, everybody, everywhere. Should I notify me of the notification, notifying me of the notification? I think you should. Brew some strong coffee. I still didn't go and buy any gas, but I have just made some cold coffee. And I did put a couple of spoons of sugar and a couple of spoons of coffee powder in. So it's fairly strong. It's a nice night out. Actually, it is quite a nice night out. I was out there, what was I doing? Somewhere after I woke up. What was it? No, it might have been before I went to sleep. I went out and it was still fairly bright, and I was thinking any day now I'm going to be able to do a live stream outside up to about 9 o'clock. Yeah. That'd be nice. It's like, you remember when I used to do the proper TrampCasts? And I would start, did I start at 5? I think in summer I might start at 6 sometimes. And we'd go on until it got dark. Trumpet sound, Mike, you there? Blink 3 times if you can hear me. Yeah, 1 minute late, how could you? There was Robert arriving. Evening, Mike. Fam. Welcome, hello, Robert. How goes this beautiful day? I knew you were joking, mate. Fantastic, says that Robert. He ain't heavy, he's my brother, sister. Oh, I would like that. Okay, folks, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll wait 20 more seconds until 5 minutes is up on the clock. And then we'll start the intros. Like I said, there's only 6 people here. A little bit lower than usual, but I only created the stream 20 minutes before we went live. So it might take a little while for people to arrive. Okay. Here we go. You're watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your host. Handsome guy that I am, apparently, according to some of my fans even. Um, that's me, Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. That's someone who's homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Fortunately nowadays, I don't know if you can see that, but fortunately nowadays, I'm in a tent. And it's kind of luxury. And this tent is now way over a year old. And it's got a few splits and slits, and there's a few running repairs, and there's a few... The tent itself is perished, it lets water through. But a few tarps over the top and we're good again. Although the tarps have taken a heavy hit with recent winds, which we shall discuss a little bit further. I did cover the week in brief on Friday night. Usually on a Sunday I'll go into it in more detail, but with like a proper real summary of the week. I didn't prepare that today. I kind of slept and napped and dozed. I didn't really sleep this afternoon, but I relaxed and just closed my eyes and listened to some, not exactly audio books, but they might as well be. The images on screen are just stills that flick every 5 minutes or so. They might as well be audio books, except YouTube doesn't let me listen with the screen off. It would if I went YouTube Premium. Kind of considering it, because they're making just normal YouTube so fucking annoying to watch that I guess that's their marketing strategy. Let's make standard unpaid YouTube so fucking annoying people consider paying. On the flip side, I'm considering jumping over to what's the fucking green one with an R? Rumble. That's the one. I'm considering jumping ship over to a different platform. Certainly for my personal viewing. I mean, I've watched live streams lately that I missed 30 seconds here and 30 seconds there because there's an ad in the middle of a live stream. So it's not just pre-roll and post-roll. They're putting them in. Even if you pause the screen, the video shrinks and an ad comes at the side. That's annoying. If you switch to a different app on your phone, you know, you got to check on your EcoFlows or something, and then you switch back, another set of adverts for you to carry on watching. I already watched 2 pre-rolls and ads during, but when I go away and come back, I have to start all over with a whole other set of ads. Fucking annoying. Zami, hello. How's Fulham? It's London anyway, but I think it's Fulham. Down and Out in Beverly Hills with Nick Nolte. I downloaded that probably about a year ago to rewatch, I think. YouTube with you spelt like a tree. Evening DM, with the strong summer sun arriving, do you avoid being out in between certain hours? Yes. If I have a visitor, I'll go and I'll sit outside, but I try not to take too much sun. So for example, my mate Joby came around Easter weekend, Easter Sunday, I believe it was. And he was here for about 8 hours, and I sat outside talking to him. Now, he always has the habit of sitting with his back to the sun, which means I end up sitting facing it. And afterwards, I was bright red for the next week. Nose peeled and everything, which probably not healthy. I know people who ended up with skin cancer on certain surfaces. Noses in particular. Noses and cheeks, if you're not a glasses wearer. So I'm aware of it, and I try not to do it too often. On the flip side, I'm a Brit, and therefore I do enjoy lobstering every now and again. Getting a proper real, you're just sitting out in the sun until you turn bright pink. I have overdone it in the past. Me and my wife went to a place called Tossa del Mar, which is up at the north of Spain. This same coast, the same east coast, but I didn't finish the intro, did I? I didn't say about Torrevieja being on the southeast coast of Spain. I got distracted. I'll try it again later. I'll redo the intro in another half hour or something. I'm aware, folks, that in this first hour, a lot of people drop in to see, people who are curious from my posts on Twitter or on YouTube. They're not exactly YouTube community, but they're the YouTube channel posts, whatever that's called now. A lot of people drop in, and I figure I should intersperse the intro a little bit more during the first hour. So we'll have a go at that today, because I botched it this first time. Where was I? I was talking about lobstering. I was talking about Tossa del Mar, which is up on the north end of the east coast of Spain. And we went out with some friends. We came on holiday together with another couple of couples. There were 6 of us. And we went and lay on the beach this one afternoon, and we put the towels down, or blankets, whatever, and we lay there, and we lay there, and we lay there. And when we turn over and we toast the other side, and I got up and I went to the loo, which was just up on the promenade, and people were laughing just as I walked past, and I thought, that's a bit rude. That night, it became really apparent how pink we were, and actually putting the bedding on, laying down and putting the bedclothes up was sore. That was too much. So we had to put like a damp towel each down on the bed, and a damp towel over our bodies, and lay there without putting the covers on. But the cool, damp towels. Oh, and the next morning, it was this shoulder, but I can show you better. I had a golf ball sized blister on my shoulder that I had to kind of pop to make go away. So I'm aware, I'm a Brit, and we do have a tendency to overdo it when we do sit in the sun. It's the same back in the day when I first came out to Spain. I invited family over, and my ex-wife came out, and so did my nephew. And my nephew sat out on the balcony the first day, and I kept telling him not to overdo it. The rest of the week he was out here, I think it was a week, it might have been 10 days, but the rest of the time he was out here, he couldn't sit out in the sun. He'd overdone it on the first day. Whenever we went and sat like when we went and sat outside a bar, so this is a grown-up, this is an adult nephew. No, I wasn't, but he was in his early 20s, I think, at the time. We had to sit under a toldos, an awning. You see that? I get the Spanish words before I get the English words on some things now. But yeah, we had to sit under the awning in the shade wherever we went. He couldn't sit out in the sun for the entire holiday. Very little. I mean, he could sit out like for a quarter of an hour, maybe half an hour. But we had to be careful. So yeah, we're avoiding the sun. That was YouTube 12345, where U is a YEW. Interesting. Is this your first time here in chat? I don't think I've seen your name before. Or are you someone else who's changed names? That happens from time to time. Fabrizio says, welcome you, YEW. And he also welcomes Zamia. Whoa, Robert, do you think under the Vatican they have things we'll never see? They absolutely do. Not the very big humans, alien technology, things that thousands of years old about Earth's past, and not half horse, half man, the centaurs and things. Being a Sagittarian myself, I'm not a believer. Right, there are aliens out there. There are, like out in the universe. The Drake equation just says so. Frank Drake. I actually don't believe he's actually a real Francis. I think he's just christened or named Frank. But I always like to draw parallels with Francis Drake. But the Drake equation says there has to be, if there isn't other life out there, then God would be like the only other alternative, or simulation. Simulation's probably my leading alternative theory of life, the universe, and everything. But there has the numbers, even a 0.000000001% of trillions of stars with planets leads to the conclusion that there have to be habitable worlds out there capable of generating life. So life out there, yes. The vastness of space and the limits of the speed of light, the odds that aliens came here, it's virtually zero. It's virtually zero. Now, you know, the universe is expanding. Maybe if there were aliens out there really early, back when the universe was a lot smaller, maybe. We've talked before, or I've talked before, about the speed at which the universe expands. In the early days, the universe expanded faster than the speed of light. You see, the speed of light is a limitation of speed within the universe. The universe doesn't move within the universe. It appears, as our latest theories are, that it expanded in what's called inflation, isn't it? Shortly after the Big Bang, it expanded outwards faster than we originally thought possible. In fact, even now, we think the universe is 14 billion years old based on its size, but there's a doubt on that now. It might be twice as old as we think, and therefore larger than we think or thought. We can't think it's larger than we think. We might think it's larger than we previously thought. But Vatican, there's definitely like catacombs or vaults, or there's a library with books that only top-rated academics and mainly actually academic priesthood get access to. There are things there that you and me will never see or never even hear about. But I don't think it's hiding like alien bodies, and it's an interesting question though. Thanks for asking that. That's a good one. Maybe we can expand on that later. Let me just scroll through. I need to say hello to other people as they arrive. Hashtag Michael. Sorry. I caught myself. It stopped jumping, folks. Michael's here. Hashtag hello, everyone. Frank Nadovody. Good evening, friends. The technical family are arriving. Who have we got from the technical family? Is it just Fabrizio and Frank? Who else is from like the Big Clive or Scruff Dog kind of following? Some of you might be, and I might not know it, or I might have forgotten it. The Pioneer Space. Oh no! I thought it'd stopped jumping, and it just did it again. Hold on. Did I see? I didn't. Hold on. I didn't see that Hannah was here. Hello, Hannah. Sorry. I will shortly show off my doggy darling co-presenter, although she's currently trying to bury her head under the covers. Now you see, that's how you should look when I want to show you to people. But as soon as I put the camera on, you fuck off camera, don't you? Turn your head. Little bugger. Right, I'm kind of half horse. What? I'm kind of... That's not what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, no, you should see horses, mate. They're hung like a Delta Mike. I almost used my real name there. Okay. I think there are loads of things we don't know about and haven't seen. I do believe a lot gets covered up. A lot of, like, political action and things gets covered up. I don't know about exotic creatures or aliens. What's the word for like yetis and things? Abominable xeno. Don't say xenomorphs, that's not where I'm going. There's a word, isn't there, for that category of supposed animal, and some of them turn out to be true, like giant squids that could take down a galleon. We thought for hundreds of years that this was like fucking Bullshit. And then we find them. How big's the biggest squid that we found? It's fucking huge. It rarely comes to the surface. It lives deep, deep, deep down there. But yeah, no, things come along and upturn current scientific thinking all the time. So I'm never hard and fast on this is the scientific what's that word, consensus. I hate that. As soon as I hear that, I start rebelling, and that takes us back to 2020. The science is settled. Shut your mouth. Don't talk about it or get banned. No, science is never settled. There are things we're finding out now where Einstein was wrong. Einstein found out that Newton was wrong. This is science. It's never fixed. There are always edge cases and things. So with Newton, Mercury didn't follow Newton's laws or rules on gravity. We couldn't work out why. And it was because of gravitational effects, distorting, warping space-time. Right, here we go. The Pioneer spacecraft that have been traveling for almost 50 years, if you see how little they've traveled and how absolutely enormous, galactically huge the universe is, it's incredible. Yeah, Voyager's the thing that's, the two Voyagers are the ones that have traveled the furthest. And what are they? 1 light hour away, 1 light day away or something. Is it 1 light day or 1 light week? After 40 odd years. 50 odd years. 50 odd. Could we be living in a simulation? Science keeps going to and fro on this. They come up with a theory of how you would tell, and that disproves it's a simulation, but then someone comes up with a better theory of how it could be. And it all boils down to holograms or holography. And how, yeah, I don't fully understand it. But we can't prove that we don't. You can, I mean, proving a negative is always difficult. We can't prove that we don't. It's like I talked about my one of my favourite films the other night. I talked about, it's called The 13th Floor. Well worth watching, folks. My actual favourite is called Man from Earth, but The 13th Floor is a close second. It came out the same time as Keanu, Neo, what was that called? The Matrix. Came out the same time as that, so it got overshadowed in the sci-fi world and in the film world in general, I guess. But The 13th Floor is excellent. Man builds a simulator, a simulation of a world. People in the world discover that there's a limit, there's an edge, they hit the edge. Then the guy who invented the simulation discovers that his world has a fucking edge. It's all, and there's a level even higher, and yeah, good film. Watch it. I don't want to ruin the ending, but it is a really good film. Really good actors as well, and effects and everything. So yeah, do we live in a simulation? People like Elon Musk say probably. He puts it like not just he can't rule out the possibility, but he thinks that's the most likely answer or explanation. Now, is he the big brain that he purports himself to be? I don't know. He overpromises and underdelivers, but when he does deliver, it's spectacular. Rockets landing fucking vertically and all that, you know. Electric cars, people had ruled out, hadn't they? They'd been withdrawn, and it was an experiment that had been tried 2 or 3 times. The best electric car we'd had was a fucking milk float. Might be a British only reference. I don't know whether other countries had milk floats or whether you called them milk floats. The truck that delivered milk house to house. was electric back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Could travel about 5 miles an hour because it had to stop every 4 or 5 houses. But do we live in a simulation? Don't know. I can't rule out that possibility. Cryptid. That is one of the words. I had another one that probably began with crypt, but that wasn't it. That was, hold on, I have jumped down. There's Gary, there's Smithy, hello folks. I'm scrolling back because it keeps jumping on me. It started jumping on about the 5th post. Okay, there's Robert and his question. Thank you for the question though, Robert. That's a great question. Could we be living in a simulation? You got simulation right apart from missing an I between the T and the O, but yeah. Cryptid. Yeah, that's a good word. Not the one I was thinking of, I don't think. Try looking up a synonym on Google or something for us and see if you can come back with something longer. Cryptophile? I'm not sure. I can't get xenomorph out of my head. I know it's not right. There's Farmer saying hello to Gary. Mike, would you like your brain put into AI and live forever? Oh, there's another one. You know, I think I'd prefer to do the frozen head thing. I think I'd prefer, well, the frozen body would probably be easier on the other end. Put your body into a computer, put your brain into a computer. I'm not so sure. I don't think the technology will be there within my lifetime. I'm more hoping. I'm more on the side of. I mentioned him before, haven't I? Aubrey de Grey, Aubrey, I think, and DE, and then Grey. I think spelled the British way, Grey, because he is a Brit. Americans go with a simplified spelling, don't they? Oh, Grey, so it's an A. It's fucking not. Anyway, let's not stir up international tensions. We don't want an international incident over a what is this? Is this a vlog? Is this a podcast? I don't know what this is. Anyway, I don't even know whether to call it a show, for fuck's sake. I probably lose half the audience because I start swearing. Let's not talk about the real swearing. My numbers are starting to pick up. I'm starting to get towards that 1700. You remember I get to 1699 and then it drops back down to 1692 or something, my number of subscribers. I've been stuck in limbo for about 6 fucking months now. And it might be my own fault because I use the words, all the words. So I'm going to make an effort not to use the words for a little while and see whether we can. I've also released a couple of videos, haven't I? Which might help. The cookery videos. What did I do? I did a curry and then I did a chili con carne. Now I know that they don't look as appetizing as they might because I'm cooking the rice in the pot, as a one pot. So it's not like here's the chili, here's the rice. It's all mixed together. And I do have a tendency of throwing too much rice in, which makes it overly stodgy, but it loosens up easily enough with a bit of stock or a bit of water, a bit of whatever. Anyway, that's me just saying I've released a couple of videos and my numbers are starting to climb a little bit. So maybe I'll do another few videos rather than just these live streams. YouTube, it is said, YouTube tolerates live streams, but isn't really that into them. They're forced to do them to compete with like your Kicks and your Rumbles. I think your Kicks and what's the other one? Twitch and Kick. So I think YouTube, that was reactionary. A little bit like Shorts was a reaction to TikTok. Anyway, I've gone off on one, haven't I? Where was I before that? My number's rising. Backtrack me. I was mid-rant about something before that, about the words. Oh, AI and live forever. Aubrey de Grey. The Methuselah Mouse Project. Is that... I looked this up once a little while ago, maybe a year ago. Is that still a thing? Feel free, folks. Methuselah Mouse Project. So the idea is to take a bunch of mice. So there was 2 challenges, if I remember right. Methuselah with a H. Okay. Mouse Project. Okay, and the Methuselah Foundation and the Methuselah Mouse Prize. Price? No. It should be Prize. The Methuselah Foundation, David Goebel and Aubrey de Grey hope to accelerate human longevity research. The record holder lived nearly 5 years. So, mice live 3 years. Get that, okay? 3. I should do that. If I was doing British Sign Language, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you have to do that because you've already done 4 that way. So you have to do that. That's 9 and then that's 10. Little tip if anybody wants to learn a bit of sign language. British Sign Language. Americans do things differently, obviously. They always do. So a mouse typically lives 3 years, más o menos, plus or minus. They wanted to extend its lifespan, and they got it up to 5 years. So that's an extra 60%, 66 if you want to be precise, 67 if you want to round up. Yeah. Now, if you could do that with humans, now that's for unborn. There was a second prize for taking a middle-aged mouse and extending its life. I didn't know that it had finished. Is that the current record holder, or is it still running? Let me just look. So rather than embedding your brain or whatever into into AI, into a computer, I've misspelled project somehow. Sometimes I cannot type in a straight bloody line, folks. Hold on. Feel free to replicate any of these searches yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. The spirit of the Methuselah Mouse Project is still running, though it has evolved into more advanced research programs on robust mouse rejuvenation. So rejuvenation is the one about the middle-aged one, making it live longer. And human translational medicine, so moving those findings to humans. Shifted its focus to practical applications like tissue engineering and investing in companies that fight age-related diseases. I would put my teeth in, folks, but they're in a bag over there somewhere. So yeah, the Methuselah Mouse thing, and Aubrey de Grey, and his, what did he call his other thing? It's like longevity escape velocity, I think he called it. I think I've talked about this before. Stop me if I'm boring you. But let's say that you're due to live your normal 70 or 80 years. And let's say that you're in your 50s. So you've got maybe 20 years left. In those 20 years, if we could add 5 or 10 years to a middle-aged bloke's or a middle-aged person's lifespan, and if in that extra 10 years you could add another 10 years, and if in that next 10 years you could add 20 years, and if in that 20 years you could add another 50 years, if you can keep breaking down how aging works in senescence. So senescence is when, so you know how cells multiply, all your cells multiply. And after so many multiplications, so many divisions, let's say divisions, they sound like opposites, don't they? But it's how many times you've divided. So your cells are multiplying by dividing. I'd never thought of that before. There's kind of a linguistic contradiction. Anyway, your cells divide, but they only divide so many times. and then they'll stay there for a while and eventually die off. Now, if all the cells in your body are at that point where they can't divide anymore, this is called senescence, when the cell can't divide anymore, and it's controlled. Hold on, I had the word a minute ago. There's these little endings on the cells that tear off. Each time it divides, you lose one, like a zipper, but you lose one from each end. Telomeres, that's the word. And when there are no telomeres left, the cell can't divide, and it just sits there until it ages out and gets gobbled up by autophagy. That's when your body, your immune system consumes your cells to take back the proteins and the whatever else, and try and reuse them, or if they're really bollocks, excrete them. So cells can divide a limited number of times, and these telomeres are the key. Imagine if you could do something to extend the length of the telomeres. Your cells could divide more times. And each of the daughter cells, the child cells, could divide more and more and more. That's kind of the aim of Aubrey de Grey. And to clean up certain build-ups of certain bad, I was going to say products. It's as good a word as any, I suppose. Things that gather in the body and don't get flushed out by the limbic system. So your lymph nodes are so you've got your blood circulation and all that, but you've also got this other system that carries crap away. The lymph nodes carry diseased and broken down cells and things away. This is why when you get a disease, when you get a virus or whatever, your lymph nodes swell up. They're doing their job, and they're gathering crap and trying to get it away, but you might get overflow of stuff needs carrying away. Anyway, so yeah, this is the attacks taken by, this is a long sojourn from AI, isn't it? I sidestepped the actual question and went off into another question that I prefer better. Prefer better, that's not even, sometimes I can't even talk proper England. That I prefer more. But that is my preferred method is these life extension companies. Calico is one, I think it's called. It stands for California Life Company, or maybe California Life Extension Company. That's run by some billionaires that started Google. Sergey Brin, I think, or it might have been the other one. Sergey and I don't remember his partner's name. The other guy. Why do I only remember Sergey? I could pick it out of a multiple choice list. I do know it, folks. It is in here. The connections don't fire like they used to. So yeah, would you like to be put into AI and live forever? I would, said Robert. Would I take that as a fallback? I don't trust our current state of computing. Our first ever computer, it's only 70 or 80 years ago, yeah? Turing and his bomb. Would you say that was the first one, or would you wait until the one after? I don't know whether I'd count the bomb. That was hard-coded to do one job. What was the one later? It's got a famous name. The brain's just not firing. The one that's on this, not Colossus. That was someone else's later, was it? The one that's on display at Bletchley Park. Those probably are the bombs. The Enigma, no, not the Enigma machines. I'm gibbering. We're so new at this whole computing thing. We're only just doing AI. The idea that you could map out a human neural network. We don't know how consciousness works. We don't even know where consciousness is stored in the body, if it's in the body at all. Is it received through some sort of quantum process out there? We don't know. We don't know about consciousness. Oh, yeah, that's the right word. I was going to go with conscience. That's different. Consciousness. We don't know anything about it. So you might be able to replicate you might be able to make a model of a human brain, but would it be you? Maybe in 1,000 years, maybe 10,000 years. I'd rather go with either the frozen body or the frozen head and hope that in 500 years' time they can thaw me out and cure whatever happened, grow a new body from stem cells or whatever. So no, my answer is kind of a no. I mean, if it was the only option, maybe. But so there was Gary arriving. Sorry, I'm going to move on. There was Gary. Feel free to carry on this conversation, folks. This thread. It is fascinating. I just need to catch up with some other people. There was Gary arriving. Hello, Mike and Tina. Look, we're 40 minutes in and I have not introduced my glamorous co-host. So let's do that now while people are saying Hannah asked and Gary's asking and I'm sure other people asked. And in order to try and earn some pennies and get some donations from people, I have to pimp out my puppy. Hey, baby. You're looking away, aren't you? This is what you do. You look at me. Hey. I know you don't. I know you're not a big fan of the. See if I can do it without shining the light directly in your eyes. You're going to look at me. You were looking at me a minute ago. I don't know why you're so far down the bed, but okay. Well, I think it's because we had a problem. We had a problem with too many covers. I had to take this one off, and it's bundled in the corner. She would be further up this way normally, but as long as she stays kind of tucked in, it's okay, babe. I just took you in with that one. I always try and put my blanket over you as well, even though it's my blanket. Oh, she's trying to go underground. Look, she's going under. Tina's going underground. Eh? Like the jam. Okay, folks, that was my glamorous coat. And now you'll just have to put up the close-up of my ugly mug. Let's have a look here. I don't know where I am for power on the phone. 79. Not too bad, but I might as well plug in now because, you know, if I don't, I'll forget for the next 3 hours and then it'll cut out at the the most inappropriate moment. Mike and Teen, that was Gary. Mike and Teen, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to everyone out there, except for you guys that are on Monday already. We might have the odd Aussie or New Zealander. And speaking of, and I know I'm late, but I don't have the words. Obviously, I'm not going to say Happy Anzac Day for yesterday. It's belated, I know, but I had contact with Akadaka, who sometimes in chat. I don't think I've seen him for a little while in chat, but he sends me a donation every now and again, and he was saying that he took his I don't know if it's son or grandson, but he named the little fella and told me his age. He took out a. Oh, did I not do? He took out the younger generation to a ceremony, like a remembrance. In Britain, we would call it a remembrance ceremony, and I'm so happy that you guys out there, Australia and New Zealand, are keeping up the kind of the remembrance tradition. I get the sense that in Britain and in Europe, it's flagging. It's fading. Probably various reasons for that. Some of them would sound really political if I said it, but some of the people in Europe and in Britain now weren't here, and their families weren't here at the time. That's one thing. Another in Britain is that the British Legion are falling out of favour with the public. Now, the British Legion are the people who make and distribute the poppies and take the money from the poppy campaign on our remembrance, which is November. Well, it's the closest Sunday to November 11th. The British Legion are paying their executives a fucking fortune. They're sitting on hundreds of millions, if not billions, in the bank. And when they hear about an ex-serviceman who's died and is going to be given a pauper's burial, instead of using the billions that they're already sitting on to pay for that, they put out a shout out. Hey, anybody want to donate? Anybody want to go help pay for that? Let's bury this chap with honours and attend his funeral if you're in the area, kind of thing. You're sitting on hundreds of fucking millions, and when you need $1,000 for a funeral, you put out a shout out for fucking donations. Get fucked. It's wrong. I make no apologies for once for my language. Say the words, all the words. Get fucked. You are supposed to represent British servicemen and ex-servicemen. You're supposed to be the main organisation honouring their memory. Royal British Legion Association. Royal. Disgraceful. I'm thinking of one specific case in the last year or two where an ex-paratrooper was going to be buried in a pauper's grave, I think in Scotland, but British Legion. And they put out a shout for more donations. The fucking chief executive could have paid it out of his lunch money. These guys are on multiple hundreds of thousands a year. And when there's a pauper's burial about to happen, historically that would be outside the city limits. That's like a shunned, that's like a unmarked grave. Sitting on millions, if not billions, to pay for a funeral, instead of just paying it out of the funds that they're sitting on, they call for donations. So these are I mean, I'm sure there are other reasons. As we go through various generations, there's going to be a diminishing. The phrase, we will not forget. It's going to get watered down. It's going to lose some. That's human nature. But we should make more of an effort to stoke up the remembrancing. And I think Anzacs Day, Australia, New Zealand, it seems to me, from what I could gather from the media coverage and from people that I've liaised with, I won't say talked to because it was tippy-tappy typing, but I get the sense that Australia and New Zealand are doing a better job of feeding on that spirit of remembrance, passing on that spirit of remembrance to the younger generation. I don't know. I'll get off this topic because I'll rant too much otherwise. Farmer says, Voyager, yes, sorry. All paranormal creatures are referred to as cryptic beings or cryptids, like Bigfoot. Okay. I was just misremembering then, maybe. I knew there was a word for it, and I knew it was something that I couldn't remember. Thank you, Gary. Oh, the chupacabra. Chupacabra. Chupa means to suck in Spanish. There's a lolly, chupa chup. And cabra means goat, so it's goat sucker, the chupacabra, in South America somewhere. I don't know, Tokolsh, yeah, that's a new one on me. And Duenda. That sounds Spanish, but probably South American. Duende. Don't know that one, but they're cryptic or cryptids. Okay. Smithy, I think I said hello already as it was jumping around. It seems like it stopped jumping around temporarily. Do you remember watching film Tom? I do remember watching Tommy Knockers. This is Gary. Now I was, it was like a mini series, 2 or 3 episodes. It's a Stephen King thing, isn't it? I didn't get it. I didn't get it. They're all sat on a plane, and somebody says the Tommy Knockers are coming. And I watched it to the end, and I felt like I had no idea what just happened. It didn't. Now I was probably a kid or a bored teenager or something. Um, didn't Stephen King? I've never read his books, but his adaptations on TV or film, I don't think I've ever liked a single one. You'd have to name some. Was The Fog? Was that one of his? That might have been Jamie Lee Curtis in her younger days. Uh, that was okay. I don't know. I can't confirm that's his. I'll look it up maybe in a bit. I don't think there might be the odd 1 or 2 exceptions, but most things, if I see something's by him and it's on TV or I skip it nowadays. I would skip anything by him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember. I remember people sitting on a plane, and that's all that seemed to happen. They sat on this plane, and someone says the Tommy Knockers are coming. Then there's some sort of noise in the background, and then I don't know, everyone's dead or whatever. I'm like, what's that? What happened? No, didn't get me. Did you like it, Gary? Did you watch it and like it? Can you give me a better summary of it? Am I misremembering it? If you look at quantum physics, now I can't even talk. I think quantum data they theorize about is correct. You can look it up. It would fit with a lot of things. Quantum physics, quantum data, quantum entanglement and stuff. That's real. In fact, didn't we just try and measure it? The speed of data sent through changing the state of quantum entangled particles. And didn't it come out as 4% above light speed? It came out as superluminal. So now they have to go off and look up what they got wrong in measuring it. Because that's what you have to do. Do you remember a few years ago, there was a signal sent, I think it was through wires, and they said it had exceeded, I think they were supercooled wires. What's the word? When there's zero resistance. Oh, fuck. The head does not work. Anyway, they measured something previously that exceeded the speed of light, and it took them about a year to find out that there was a loose connection in a wire. I'm not sure how that equates to measuring it. I guess that would have been the measuring equipment. There was a loose wire on the time measuring equipment. The loose wire creates extra resistance, slows down the actual timer, and so stuff appears to get there faster than they measured it at. Well, appears to be faster than light, and it was a measuring error. But yeah, no, something like that just happened recently I saw, but I didn't take too much note. Just headlines. Headlines, maybe first paragraph. And they say it's the youngsters that lack an attention span. I'm afraid it's me as well nowadays. I see so many things and I think, get on. I'm watching a YouTube video and they're taking 20 minutes to fucking boil an egg or whatever. And I'm just like, fuck it. I'm out. I'm gone. You took too long. There was Farmer saying hello to Smithy. Multiverse theory or multiverses are another fascinating thing. And if you tie that in with time travel, if you travel in time, do you come out back in time within your own timeline, or do you create a new timeline? There was an episode of The Big Bang Theory where they discussed how do you describe something that had happened. It had happened. It did had happen. It will had happen. There was this whole. I couldn't really follow it. It was too clever for me. I'm bad at language, English language in particular. Um, I'm almost as bad at the English language as I am with Spanish. But it had would is going to happen. Uh, so yeah, multiverses. Sliders, great TV show. Haunting closing season. Yeah, if you watch Sliders, watch everything except for the final season. Don't bother with that. The last one, what's she called? He was Quinn Mallory. Who was Wade? No, what was the girl called? The one that was in it at the start. She comes to a nasty, gruesome fucking end. Kind of tied in with the AI thing we were talking about before. She gets kind of locked into a computer and begs to be switched off. Yeah, no. Sliders, great TV series. Just don't watch the last season. I think I said hello to Smithy. That was Gary saying hello to him. Elon lived down the road from me in Pretoria, a very odd child growing up. Did you know him or see him, or is this reports from other people? He is autistic by all accounts. Hence the throwing. I was throwing out my heart, throwing out love. I'll probably get clipped for that. That'll get put in with some of the words that I've said in the past. Let me put that down because I'm heating up my beer with my hands. I haven't had a swig of the coffee yet. Ismo, my friend, that was at 22:27. God, I'm half an hour behind already, folks. My friend Ismo will be out here in Torrevieja in a few weeks. He'll be finishing work very, very soon. Smithy saying evening back to Fama and Gary. I think there is no paradox, and time creates a whole new timeline from an event in your life. So in that respect, multiverse would be kind of like that. I mean, that's clearly if you could actually travel back in time in the same timeline, there's clearly the opportunity for paradox. You stand there with a knife or a gun, and you're about to do away with your granddad before you're born, or before your parents are born. So how does the universe protect against that? Maybe maybe the protection is that time travel is not possible. Maybe we're in a simulation and it's programmed not to allow it. Maybe you go to pull the trigger and the globe. What did I call it that time? The global operating daemon or demon. I guess we should say daemon, given the context of what I'm about to do, with the initials of the global operating daemon. I got daemon rather than demon. If God's a demon, that's. But GOD, the global operating demon, that's the name of the operating system that runs the simulation. You go. Maybe the gun just can't fire. I don't know. I do like the idea of if it is a simulation, that the operating system is called the global operating daemon and has those particular initials. It's just my warped sense of humor, folks. Sorry to all the religious people out there. I don't mean any offense. I just don't care if I cause it much. You take the offense, I don't give it. You should try taking a gate post instead. Okay, let's roll on. some research. Like I said before, some research. Okay, let me read the full post from Fabrizio. Some research recently has lent credence to it being a simulation, but there's also research recently that claims to have ruled it out. Science goes backwards and forwards on this one. Yeah, my friend Ismo, when he finished work, he has 2 days off, then he goes back to work for 3 days, and that's the ski season finished in Finland, as far as I can tell. And so today, after work, it was sauna and beer because Finland like their sauna. So yeah, my friend Ismo, and he's going to be over here soon. Lived down from him. Did you meet his parents? Asks Farmer to Gary, greatest Gary, as was. Pound smash. Oh, it jumped. I need my script in front of me for that one. Why does he start jumping all of a sudden? Chicken pound it flat. Oh. Did Andy's computer tube? Hello. I will get back down here soon. I'll make an effort to catch up and be a little bit quicker. AI is developing fast. Awesome, Andy. Boneless. Okay, Andy. Hold on, Zami, hold on. Clint Eastwood favourite. Didn't we do that one already? Forget the telomeres. If we could extend other things, we'd be wealthy, Mike. We're back to donkeys being hung like a Delta Mike, aren't we? Six switch when you reach the lifespan. It's the telomeres. I think is the genetic switch. But I gotta get back. Oh, I haven't heard about the assassination attempt again. Oh, I thought I saw something earlier. I thought it was a joke. Right, I'm back to where Farmar was. This was at 22:31 my time. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing, folks. More thumbs ups are always better. Is it true they tried to assassinate old Uncle Don again? Yeah, I thought someone was just making a joke, but if you're saying that shots were fired at the White House, says Fama, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I believe they killed the shooter before he got into the ballroom. Is this the newly built ballroom? Is it built? Is it fully built? Is that where the dinner was? His brother and sister, is this Elon? His brother and sister, his dad was big into a contract with mining. He used to get teased so much at school. And look what he is doing today for the world. Yeah, if this is Elon, some of the things that he's pulled off or that he's there's always this debate about whether it's him or whether it's the people that he hires. Is his skill being this great, big-brained engineer, or is his skill having enough money to hire the right people? So, SpaceX, it is suggested, is brilliant because he hired an ex-NASA leader. I don't know her name. It's a lady, I think. So how much of it is Elon and how much of it is the people that he hires? It's also said that if I said abuses his workforce, that's there's a lot of pressure on them to so you get salaried and then the pressure's on to come on, we need everybody in, all hands on deck. We need 18-hour days for the next week or month or whatever. And there's that, and because you're salaried, you're not getting paid extra for doing the extra. And also, like I said, if you look at some of his projects, Hyperloop would have been explosive decompression if anybody so much as put a crack in the tube that was above ground. The tunnel stuff, It was going to be 10 times bigger, 10 times, and it came out as just big enough to squeeze a car through. The Boring Company. His battery stuff seems to be valid. What have I covered? SpaceX. SpaceX is brilliant. You can't deny the landing rockets vertically. It had been done before with prototypes back in the with some kind of landing craft, but it wasn't a fucking proper real rocket that had been up and come back down. SpaceX batteries. I think the batteries are still technically part of Tesla, aren't they? And he wants to float them off as a separate company. What else have we got? SpaceX, Tesla. The jury's still out on Tesla. Seriously overvalued for what it is now. Now the valuations are trying to factor in future value if he dominates the market and is the only electrical vehicle provider. But if you look at how many vehicles they sell in a year, it's like a millionth of what Ford or General Motors or whoever sell. It's a drop in the ocean, and yet the company's valued at more than them. That needs a correction, if nothing else. And he leverages one company on another. The Twitter purchase, didn't it lose like 80% of its value? And it's bought leveraging the other company. So if one goes down, it could be a domino effect, taking the rest down. Even the loans he got from other people to help him buy Twitter. So he put a chunk in, and then he got other people in. But it's guaranteed or leveraged in some way on him. One goes down, he could literally be bankrupt in the next 3 years. When SpaceX were developing these fucking rockets that land, he was one. If one more launch had blown up on the launch pad, he would have been bust. He would have been bankrupt. It was that close, folks. It was that close. Yeah, he was sleeping in the factory and trying to command things and trying to make sure they had whatever resources they needed. But he was one more blown up rocket away from going under. It's all leveraged. So he's clever. I'm not sure he's the genius a lot of people think he is. And he definitely overpromises and underdelivers at times. Full self-driving, whatever the hell that's called. Isn't it about 10 years late? He said years ago that it will be there by the next year. And he knew it would be because they already had it. It was already done. It was a complete thing. 10 years later, they've still not got it. So yeah, I don't know. The mouse from the Green Mile lived a lot longer, Mike. Somehow you managed to type it died and got brought back by the big fella. Somehow that film went entirely under my radar until oh, look at this, it's jumping on me. I see Marie in chat. I'll get to you, but I don't know where I am in chat because of it jumping. Someone's talking about chickens and boneless, I think, but I'm oh, that was Ismo leaving. That was at 22:39. He popped in and popped out. Sorry I missed you, Ismo. Maybe you'll catch it on the replay, or maybe I'll message you tomorrow. Oh Jesus, where are we here? I just scrolled up from the mouse Green Mile and I'm back at it. I didn't even see it jump. Okay, I saw there's Gary and Elon and he got teased because of his dad. Right. The mouse from Green. Okay, I've commented on the. Oh, Farmer, he corrected it with an asterisk in the next post. Okay, mate. How far? I didn't even look at what the actual time is. I'm guessing it's about 10 past 11 my time. 10 past 10 UK, 10 past 10 past 5 US Eastern. Work it out from there, everybody else. I don't know. Well worth watching on Mouse Utopia is well worth watching on YouTube. What happened to them is happening to humans today. I shall, when I watch this back tomorrow, I shall make a note of that, Robert. Genetic switch, you've reached your lifespan, everyone is different, which... Oh, fuck. This is annoying, folks. It started after 5 posts, the first 5 posts, and then it started jumping. There was Farmer asking Ismo to stay if he could, because I was so far behind. Sorry I missed it, Ismo. Zami, let's talk Clint Eastwood. What's your favourite? I think we've done this before. I love the Dirty Harry films. All of them. Especially the first. The baddie in the first played Garak in Deep Space Nine. What's he called? Robinson. Andrew Robinson. He was also in... What's the Clint Scorpion, whatever that one's called, with Sly Stallone. Crime is a disease, and I'm the cure. He was in that as a cop, I think. Andrew Robinson. He was also a mass murderer on Kojak back in the day. Yeah. Andrew Robinson, look him up on IMDb or wherever. Clint Eastwood films. They're all good, aren't they? The trilogy, what's it called? Is it The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, A Fistful of Dollars, and a fistful more, or whatever that was called? I should get those. It's years since I've watched them, so I should. I think I watched a reaction video. I think I watched somebody watching the first one of the trilogy. I saw someone watching that for the first time. So you only get like a cut down version, but still enjoyable. I do like reaction videos. Other Clint Eastwood films. They're all good. Can you name a bad Clint Eastwood film? Right Turn, Clyde. What was that called? With the orangutan. What was it called? Any Which Way But Loose. Those were good. There was a 2 or 3. It's difficult now to watch the ones with, is it Sandra Locke or Sondra Locke? It's difficult to watch the ones with her now, because she screwed him over big time when it came to divorce time, didn't she? There's Andy saying first Immortal Tramp. Is that the first post? Or have I missed something earlier? I'm hoping that was the first post. Hello, Andy. Andy's computer tube. Hello, mate. Welcome, hello, Andy. I think that was you arriving, yeah. Cooking dinner for me and my bro in the background. Okay. Is your brother a subscriber? Or is he going to be? Sending love to Tina. That's Andy. Did you see her? Or did you arrive after? I'm not sure if you've seen her. Awesome, Andy. Boneless pork loin fried in olive oil with garlic and squeezed lemon and pieces deglazed with white wine. How did you get there, Fama? Either you just pulled up a random recipe. Yeah, I was watching a recipe with lemon. I've never known what to do with lemon. Occasionally, when someone drops me off a bag of food, there'll be lemons or limes or something in the bottom, and I don't know what to do with them. And I rarely have meat in the I was going to say in the house. I rarely have meat in the tent. But I might make a point of getting either some chicken or some rabbit or something. and then doing something with. I've always got oranges, despite the fact that I rarely eat them. Something with oranges or lemons or limes when I've got them. And I did see, what's he called? Drew. Is it called something like Official Drew Cooks? Oh, and his editing's great. He'll have an onion in his hand and he'll say, "Crush an onion," and it's in pieces in his hand. And the same with garlic. It's all very well. They're only shorts. I'm going to say Official Drew Cooks. Give it a look. It's fun and good recipes as well. Tea glazed with white wine. Yeah, I don't tend to have white wine laying around. But you weren't talking to me. You were talking to Andy. Where am I now? Okay, I know where I am. I'm back. There's Robert. AI is developing fast. One day they might look at us much the way we observe ants, or they might keep us as pets, or batteries. You know, the Matrix. That's what they used us for, wasn't it? They used us for batteries and created the alternate world just to keep us quiet in our little chambers. It is developing fast, I agree. It's got some glaring weaknesses, or at least the large language models that are out there now, and some of the things they do. Some of these AI stories that I watch on YouTube, these AI sci-fi stories, have glaring omissions and errors. I watched one where the aliens came along and gave Earth an ultimatum. It was basically surrender or be wiped out, accept slavery, and you can live. And they gave people 72 planetary rotations to think about it. And they meant 72 hours. They meant 3 days. But it said 72 rotations. The fuck? Glaring errors and omissions. But yeah, it is developing. I mean, it's only a year or so ago where every hand had like 6 or 7 fingers. And now it's better. So yeah, they may keep us as pets, they may choose to exterminate us, or they could use us as batteries. Andy says he wishes it was Farmer. It's chicken with rice and veg. And then Farmer goes off on a separate recipe. Chicken, pound it flat, and make the same as pork. Oh, but anything homemade is the best thing in the world. Yeah, from what I gather, Americans are far more likely to be out, what's the word? Like takeaways or home delivery. Americans don't cook much. Okay, I'm back where I was. I'm gonna have to, you see, because this is jumping, I'm having to literally, you can't see it, but my other hand is literally holding the screen all the time. Otherwise it jumps, and I'm getting the old pain in the shoulder and the deltoid. Always trying to get effed, but she always says no. Something about a migraine, I think. I think they're just, oh, something about a migraine. I think they're just lying. Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile, Carrie. These are top films. Shawshank Redemption's a good film. The Green Mile somehow passed me by. Carrie, they've done a remake, haven't they? I go the original. The Green Mile passed me by, and then I watched it one day, and when I saw how old it was when I watched it, I couldn't believe it. Hello, Marie. I think I said it once as topics were flying past. But yeah, Marie says evening all. Agree on home cooking, fam. I can't beat it. You can if you're a tramp living in a tent. If you saw my chili sin carne, delicious, just didn't look that appetizing because I was cooking the rice in the chili to try and make it a one pot. And the fact that I put too much rice in didn't help. No, the regular correspondence location. Okay, they were in one part of the White House. The guy was trying to get in through the ballroom, which is probably still a building site. I don't know what the ballroom bunker is, but okay. I hadn't heard about. Well, I didn't think I'd heard about this. It turns out I'd caught something that I thought was some kind of joke or something, but no. As in justification to build one despite objections. Yeah, okay. From Congress. Mouse Utopia checks out, says Andy's computer tube. Okay, I'm gonna have to have a look at that. No, the jumps. No, this is. It will jump like it can jump in either direction. So I'm halfway down and it jumps to the bottom, but I can be at the bottom and it jumps way back up there, but not to where I was when it left. It's other. I've seen other people live stream and complain about it. Mr. Egg Thailand, all one word. Go give him a look. He runs a bar in Pattaya, in Thailand. I'm mispronouncing that because I'm rubbish. Um, he runs a go-go bar, which is a. It's not a strip club, and it's not a whorehouse officially. It's kind of sort of. The girls can make their own deals. Seems to be they run around scantily clad dancing, and they're free to make their own deals. Ish. I don't know. I've never been to Thailand. I'll probably never go. But I do. When I do my Friday stream, I'll maybe grab a couple of hours nap afterwards, and then he'll be on walking. The appeal for me isn't so much the bar or the girls, which he'll do a stream where the girls come out. He doesn't go in the bar and film, not while it's open anyway. Doesn't want customers being filmed. But he'll get the girls out and people will buy them drinks over the internet kind of thing. But the main appeal for me is he walks around the town or city, whatever it is. He'll go at the beach. He'll go and have a coffee in a big shopping centre, a big 5 or 6 story shopping centre. And it's just his chat. It's him, the chat and the walking around. Um, it's good if you're awake at. Oh, it varies. The timing varies depending on what's going on in his life. But 6, 7, 8 in the morning, oh, that would be my time. Do the normal subtractions. Um, 6, 7, 8 in the morning, Saturday morning. So I do my Friday night live stream, grab a quick 2 or 3 hours nap, and then if I'm lucky, he goes live. Yeah. Frustrating. The jumping around really is, yeah. They're all really good Stephen King adaptations, including Stand By Me. I've never seen anything of his that I liked. Which is Stand By Me? I've got River Phoenix in mind when you say that, but that can't have been a Stephen King thing. That's not horror. Stand By Me. What am I thinking of? What's the one with River Phoenix and Will Wheaton? I don't know. I got to look now, haven't I? I got to look up a couple of things because it turns out I'm not the know-it-all that I think I am. No, I'm not listening. Fuck off! Go away. No, you see, I've got lots of movement, but it's not new posts. There's maybe one new post. Stand By Me film. 1986. It is, isn't it? That's the one. That can't be Stephen King. Will Wheaton, River Phoenix, Corey Feldman. Is he dead as well? Is Corey Feldman the Corey that's dead? Jerry O'Connell. I don't remember Jerry O'Connell being in it. Kiefer? I've got to go back and watch that again, haven't I? There's everyone in it's famous, and I don't remember any of them being in it. It is a long time since I've watched it. It can't be that can't be Stephen King. Yeah, Stephen King novella, The Body. It is a Stephen King. Is it before he became a horror writer? This, look at this. You can't believe how much this jumps about. I'm right back at the regular correspondence location, and then it'll jump right to the bottom. There's Marie saying Stephen King adaptations are good. I was going to mention tonight, a lot of the stories aren't directly attributed to Stephen. I always mention him later, so sometimes people don't realise that was his story. So he does other stuff. Yeah, that Tommy Tombstone. Hello, mate. Yeah, it turns out that Stand By Me was a Stephen King novella. So short story kind of thing. You just said you like Shawshank Redemption, which is a novella by Stephen. I had no idea Shawshank Redemption. I thought he was a horror writer. What is this shit? What's going on? I've just slipped into a parallel universe again. I've just been Mandelaed. Fuck. No, I didn't get you. I've been Mandelaed, folks. I didn't know. When you put that list, I thought you were just naming like random films. Okay, let me edit. Let me go back and customize or revise. Let me revise my earlier Stephen King horror adaptations. I've never seen one that I like, unless The Fog was one of his, and I have a sneaking feeling it was. But I probably only liked that because of Jamie Lee Curtis. I was a young man of a certain age. Um, I got to find out, haven't I? The Fog, Stephen King, 2007 film. No, 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 no. Original. But it looks like it is his because he was mentioned with it. It's called The Mist, published in the 1980 anthology Dark Forces, and later in his 1985 collection Skeleton Crew. I did say film. You only mentioned the 2007 movie. Have I, fuck's sake, The Fog? Uh-uh. Jamie, how do you spell Jamie? The I is after the M. 1980 film, okay. Hold on, he only wrote it in 1980. How did he get a film out the same year? Hold on. I want to go production. That's the same story though, yeah? It's not just a different, it's not just a separate story with the same name. Was The Fog based on a true story? Who the fuck asks that? What are you talking? Supernatural stuff comes aboard and starts killing people. Was it a true story? Obviously. I watched one of these sci-fi alien fucking stories. I think it was yesterday. And it starts with a disclaimer. The events the events depicted here are purely fictional and no similarity to aliens pulled into orbit and demanded Earth's surrender. Oh, I thought it was a true story. The fuck? Who knew? What's that disclaimer for? Idiots. I'm just gonna. I can't find a quick answer to my question. I'm assuming that's the same. The Fog, Jamie. If I type Stephen King, is that gonna answer it? It's a John Carpenter. Yeah, he's a director, however. While not based on a Stephen King story, critics note its pure Americana chills. Okay, so it's a different story, although there's a suspicion. All right. No direct link. Some critics have noted the fog's atmosphere of terror in a small unsuspecting town. All right. That would be why the film could come out the same year as the book. Oh, look at that. It didn't jump. Again, I'm surprised the man was prolific, but I find much of it sloppy or cheap. His horror stuff on TV, I've never read any of his books, but any TV series or film based on his stories, I've always not liked. I find loose ends and disconnect, and if I can't follow, I'm quite intelligent. If I can't follow the plot, unless I was asleep or something, you know, if I was nodding off through it, that might be me. But so many of them don't work for me. Hello, Tom. I think I said hello already, mate. Thinner was a good Stephen King story where Gypsy curses the lawyer who hit his wife. Never heard of it. When you say it's a good Stephen King story, do you mean the book or an adaptation, a film or TV thing? Misery with James Caan and Kathy Bates is based on a Stephen King novel. Okay. Yeah. That's the one where she's got him tied up on the bed and she's chopping off his arms and legs, is it? Something like that. Holding him hostage. Fatma says Jam and me is proper spelling. Oh, Jamie. Okay, the Jamie. No, you see, you get some Jamies, American, yeah, Jaime, and some are Jamie. The Bionic Woman, the character was called Jamie, and the I was before the M. Always threw me. What do I know? Jamie Summers, wasn't it? A professional tennis player who went on a parachute jump, I think with Steve Austin, Colonel Steve Austin, not Stone Cold. Colonel Steve Austin, a man barely alive. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We can build the world's first bionic man. Stronger, faster, better, I don't know. But then she has a parachute accident and hits the ground hard and she needs bionicking. And Oscar Goldman agrees. Farmer says also a good film. Two great actors, yes. Oh yeah, Misery, yeah. The Stand, best book ever written. I'll get off my hobby horse now. There are some people that say there's this other book, The Greatest Story Ever Told. I don't know if you've heard of it. I'm going to shut up because I've probably offended all the religious people already. I don't go out of my way to do it, folks. It just happens by accident. I'm not offending them with that one, am I? The Greatest Story Ever Told. That's a compliment. For me personally, it's a fairy tale, but you do you. And cheers. Cold coffee, folks. It was made cold. It was never hot. Still haven't been and got the gas. I'm going to go tomorrow. Says the world's greatest procrastinator. Thinner is a movie. Never heard of it. But until you mentioned it some moments ago. The Stand I've never heard of. Is that a Stephen King one, Marie? Are you a Stephen King devotee? Is this how you know all the Stephen King books, films, TV series. What was one of them? Wasn't even a book. What was the word we used? A novella. A novella. What exactly? I don't even know. Is there a definition of novella? How is a novella different from a short story? Is it just Ponzi language? Novella, double equal sign, short stories. Short story, question mark. Pick the bones out of that, Mr. AI. No, a novella is not a short story. A novella is a distinct literary form that falls between a short story and a novel. Okay, it's a medium. It's a medium story. In both, okay, falls between the two in both length and complexity, typically ranging from 17,000 to 40,000 words. Okay, today I learned something, and maybe you did too. Novella is the 6-speed Lamborghini. Lamborghini Novella, is that a car name? Okay, I had no idea. I'm not a petrol head or a grease monkey. While short stories are concise, focusing on a single event, novellas allow for more character development and deeper thematic exploration, without the extensive subplots of a novel. And then we get definitions based on word length. Short stories 1,000 to 7,500 words. Novellas are 17,000 to 40,000. Sometimes up to 60,000. You didn't give us novels as a full-on thing. What about anything between 7,500 and 17,000? There's a big gap there. All right, I get the idea. I was wrong. Again. The stand is nearly as long as the Bible. Okay. So what? About 4,000 years. I'll get my coat. I'm sure you meant the book rather than the duration that it covers, but yeah. I just told myself a joke that I've not heard before. Oh, now that's gone down the wrong way. What's a TV? What's a TV program you've watched many times that you found funny? Oh, I love Flowery Twats with Basil Fawlty. I didn't make a girl just die recently. Prunella. Sybil in the program. She's died recently, didn't she? She'd had Alzheimer's for a long time. Didn't her husband go before her? The guy out of Brass. Oh, we got to look up. This is a morbid question. Who died first? God, I feel guilty just for typing this. Prunella Scales or her husband? I can't remember his name, and that's Timothy West. That's him. He died first. He passed in 2024. She died the end of October last year. He died age 90. She hit 93. Married for 61 years. That's I feel guilty for even typing that in. Oh. It just She'd been suffering with Alzheimer's for an extended period, and he'd been her caregiver, and then he dies first. Yeah. Hold on, it's jumping on me. But it jumped back to one that I'd not seen. That wasn't there. I believe Delta Force Mike and Just the Right Way to Live if you really look at it. I don't know what that. I don't know what that's in reference to. I'm lost. Do you know what I might not have done? Oh, you're gonna. Yeah, look at that. I'm on top chat still. How many messages have I missed? I knew where you were going, Robert. You didn't have to. You didn't have to correct the spelling. I faulty twats. Flowery twats was one of the. How they got away with that on that episode? That's why I was personally offended at you not liking any Stephen K adaptations. So you are a rabid fan. Farmer, okay, Bible. Hold on, let me go back and reread the comment. Just the right way to live if you really look at it. Oh, the Bible. Okay, the story. Oh, there's a few contradictions. There's a few. You include the Old Testament. There's a few. What's the word I'm looking for? God wasn't a very nice guy at times in the Old Testament. All of that flooding to wipe out the whole world, except for a boatload. Fuck. Rabbit fan, why yes. Rabid, but okay, rabbit. They sell them in the supermarket here. I'm going to buy one soon. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Maybe I'll watch a butchering video and portion it up and put it in the slow cooker. Or maybe I'll just put the whole thing in the slow cooker with the potatoes and whatever else. Apparently you're supposed to cook them long and slow. Because rabbit's got a lot of bones, a lot of fiddly, silly little bones. But if you cook it long and slow, if you cook it long enough, the smaller bones become edible. You just chew through them and ignore them. Otherwise, you're picking bones out all the time. So you got to do them long and slow. Or properly butcher them and take out the smaller bones, but that's too fiddly for me. I couldn't even handle those, what do they call them here? Oro, golden. Are they a perch, did someone say? They've got a word for them here, and it's just something oro, and it's not perch. Fish. But as well as the normal spine, they've got a rack of bones at the top, just this side of the spine, and a rack of bones at the top, the other side of the spine, and I think at the bottom as well. So you got to fillet it and then literally pick the bones out of it, or cook it whole and put up with picking the bones out as you're eating, which is what being a caveman, it's what I tended to do. This was back when I had, this was back in the real world, when I had an apartment with a cooker and an oven and all of that. Not a tramp in a field. Rewatched all of Still Game and Phoenix Nights. I've seen clips of Still Game and clips of Phoenix Nights. I've never watched them in their entirety. I've never seen a whole episode. So you're saying rabbits are giving you bonus? That would be a little bit weird, wouldn't it? We could market that. What? That's not what you mean. Farmer Fabrizio, stop, stop, stop. You'll get us all in trouble. My beer's getting warm. The tripod back there is still, the tripod is still cool. But the one that's open, I think the one that's open, excuse the, I'll reverse the camera back. The one that's open, I think I've had it in my hand too long. I was sat here with it in my hand, wasn't I, for the first hour? And my beer got warm. I've also got, folks, this is, you know I do the two-fisted drinking with coffee, even though this is cold coffee, not hot. I've got coffee and I've got beer. But I have got, thanks to one of the donations this week, a Swedish guy dropped off a bag of food, as they go home. So the Swedish and the Norwegians here in Torrevieja, well, in Spain in general, probably, they don't like the heat of the summer. So once it starts to pick up in heat, they go home for 6 months, and they'll come back in the October or November. It wasn't full, but in the bag of food that he dropped off with the remnants, there was this half bottle of sangria, which I've had in the fridge all day to cool it down a bit. I had one glass this afternoon just to celebrate. I wasn't celebrating anything, but this is just by way of saying I've had a triple-fisted drinking. There's fisted, not fisting. Before Farmer starts, I just have to. I had to head him off. Is that a decent? That looks like a decent. That would be a wine glass full. But yeah, folks, sangria. This was the Swede. Do you know? I didn't ask his name. I'm fairly sure it's the same guy who's been a couple of times before. I think he's called Conrad. But if I ask people their name every time, like if I'm fairly sure someone's a first timer, I'll ask their name and try and remember it for next time. But you know how I am with names and faces. And I hope he's not watching. Old bald blokes tend to all look the same, maybe. And yeah, I always say a good clarification is necessary. So Marie, Still Game and Phoenix Nights, are they worth me downloading? And how many episodes? These are British programs, so a season or a series is only 8 episodes long, yeah? What's the other Scottish one where they're all neighbours in the same cul-de-sac and they're always in each other's houses? It's got that woman with the... Oh, what's her name? She was in something with Nicholas Lyndhurst once upon a time. And her name isn't even a word that I know. Dune. Is she called Dune? She might be called Dune. Here we go. Let me take a swig of this. I've poured it and I'm holding it and I haven't drunk any. Cheers, folks. Cheers to everyone who's spending this Sunday evening or night with me. I'll come up on midnight my time, I believe, in about 10 minutes. But cheers. Thanks for being here. And if you haven't hit the like button, why not? It's free. She's called something like Dune or Troon. Google will know. Let's see how good Google is. Scottish comedy. Starring, I'm just going to put D-O-O-N. It might not even be a name, but let's give that a go. 2 doors down, Dune McKitchen? McKitchen. Can't be McKitchen. Get in my kitchen. No. Dune. Okay. 2 doors down, that's the one. They're always in each other's house. Or houses. Arabella Weir, that's right. Elaine C. Smith, she was the wife in Rab C. Nesbitt, wasn't she? And some other names that I don't know. This AI stuff, guys. This this AI stuff. A query like that. Scottish comedy starring Dune. Doon. And it got it. I think that's pretty phenomenal. What if they were just listing websites like Google used to? If it was just listing websites, what bloody query would I have typed in to have a chance of finding something? Just list of Scottish TV comedies. And then go to the site and hope that the one that I want is in the list. The AI is getting pretty good. It's improving. My kitchen. Chun as in kitchen. Get in my kitchen. Andy says cheers. Farmer said cheers. Okay, people saying cheers. I always say good clarification. I got that one before, didn't I? Okay, folks. Andy's computer tube. Cheers, mate. And Farmer. And everyone else who's here. Let me scroll back. Marie's here, obviously. Who else is Roberts? I think Roberts probably still here. Yeah. Oh, and it's jumping. As soon as I get back a certain distance, it jumps. Scrolling. I can see that there are more people here, and some of you are just lurking. Tommy Tombstone's probably still here. That was fairly recent. I can't get back far enough because I'm feeling guilty, Andy. I cheated. I got a veal sandwich. Oh, just because Andy was cooking. What was he cooking? Chicken and rice or something? Veal sandwich. Veal. That's very rich. Not as inexpensive, but as in stomaching stuff. Bit like venison. My body can't. I love the taste of venison. My body doesn't handle it that well. This is a tramp in a field talking about fucking venison. I would have to I would have to acclimatize my body to that. I ate it in the past too rarely, so rarely. My in-laws had friends who had a big estate. They owned fields, and deers would run through, and you have to cool the herd every now and again. Take out the weaker ones and keep the numbers down. Keep the herd strong by taking out the slower, weaker ones, and manage the herd that way. Herd. That's probably not the right word. I don't know. Collective noun for deer. You come here for the education, folks. I'm going to bed, Mike, so it's good night from me and a good night from him, says Robert. Okay, mate. Catch you next time, mate. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thanks for being here. And there's some great questions there. Thank you. Led me off on some. I might not have answered all your questions directly, but they led me off on some happy tangents. What am I looking for? Dear group noun? Is that what how do you call that? Group noun for deer. It's going to be herd, isn't it? I'm going to have been right all along. The most common is herd. Standard term used for general groups and specifically for species like white-tailed deer, elk, or caribou. Other collective nouns exist, such as mob, bunch, parcel, or bevy. A bev is often used for does, the females. Doe, a deer, a female deer. Mob, bunch, or parcel. Other terms for specific situations. A brace, yeah, brace is a pair. Okay, so that's 2 deer. Leash refers specifically to 3 deer. Gang, group of male deer, bucks. Okay. Yard refers to a group of deer huddling together for warmth in winter. Rangal or rangale, maybe? A less common traditional term for a group. And a plural of deer is simply deer. It's like sheep. You don't pluralize it. It is its own self-plural. Now you know. I'd like to try it. This is the veal, yeah? Robert says, cheers. Good night, mate. As a northerner, you'll definitely enjoy Phoenix Nights. Oh, I love... he's got a name similar to another comedian, hasn't he? It's similar to the Dennis Pennis? Is it the Dennis Pennis guy that's got a very similar name? Yeah, it's the fat bloke. I'm going to say it. He's had a lot of health issues lately, hasn't he? Okay. It disconnected me as soon as I said fat. And it wouldn't reconnect. It sat there spinning and spinning. Fortunately, when I hit try again, it came back. Peter K. And the other one is Paul K., the Dennis Pennis guy, if anyone remembers Dennis Pennis. Everyone, apparently, I didn't know this because I've never watched it. He was in that Tits and Dragons program that I can't remember the name of. By the guy that wrote them books, and then he didn't write the last book. So the TV producers made up their own ending. What's that called? Game of Thrones. I get there, folks, I get there. But he was in that, the Paul K. So he's famous again now. I thought he'd disappeared. It's interesting. If you've ever watched, when they're on the Hollywood red carpet, when Dennis Pennis was doing his thing, probably in the 90s, I would guess. Demi Moore, he calls her over. If you had to, and if the script really called for it and the film really needed it, would you do a film and keep your clothes on? He pissed off a lot of Hollywood and a lot of TV, the people in charge, the stars and the rich and the famous, and it really harmed his career for a long time. But I'm glad he found his way back. He did a comedy about Crown Green bowling, a satire of these American kind of sports films and things, but Crown Green bowling. For any Americans watching, there are no pins. You throw out a white ball, a jack. Well, you don't throw it out. You roll it out across a long lawn. The lawn's got a bit of a hump, a crown. Your balls are weighted so that they will, when you roll another ball, a bigger ball, out to try and hit the first ball, the ball's going to go, it's going to go in a curve. So you have to decide which way you're going to go, backhand or forehand. And you have to go wide and have it come back in and try and judge. It's an okay kind of sport, but it's become kind of an old man sport. And then you got this young guy being a rebel in the film. So that was Paul K. And I always mix him up with Peter K. Well, I mix up the names. I don't mix up the people. But yeah, Peter K is brilliant. The stand-up comedian, folks, for anyone who's not from here, not from the UK. He's a observant, the observational comedian. He does big, not skits, but big, what's the word? Long-running jokes about that fine rain. It's the fine stuff that gets you really wet. And when you're at school and the dinner lady, everybody in, it's raining. Like it's an absolute fucking emergency. He's a very good observational comedian. But he's had health issues the last 10 years or so, I think. But yeah, no, he's great. So I will put Phoenix Nights on my list. Working men's clubs and variety club. Yeah, do working men's clubs still exist? And if you were in one that was affiliated, you could go to other ones and get signed in. Let's ask Google. That's not how you spell it. Working men's clubs? Existent? No, extant is the better word. Extant. Question mark. Oh, working men's. No, not college. God, you're an idiot. Put the word club in. You ever do that? Miss out whole words when you're typing shit. Yes, working men's clubs are still extant in the UK. Extant's a posh word for existent. It's just shorter to type. Although many have closed or are struggling to survive as they transition from being packed Saturday nights to quieter community. Many clubs, particularly in the north of England, Midlands and Wales, still exist. Examples include the Holbeck in Leeds, established 1877, often cited as the oldest social club in Britain, and Tunbridge Working Men's Club in Huddersfield. Turnbridge. Now I can't even read in a straight line, never mind write or type. Many surviving clubs have updated their image and roles. For example, Crooks Working Men's Club and others have had to reinvent themselves to move past stereotypes of being solely flat cap and whippet venues. That's how they were when I was a kid. Flat cap and whippets. They now often serve as community spaces. Industry seen a decline, many clubs facing financial hardship. This all started with the smoking ban. Making people stand out in the cold and the wind and the rain when they wanted a cigarette. Why can people the rationale for the smoking ban was that workers didn't have a choice whether to be in a smoking environment or not. And so everyone else could choose whether to smoke or not and whether to be in there, but the workers couldn't choose. Yeah, they could. They could choose whether to work there or not. Let people fucking choose. It's the nanny state. I can understand, like, public transport. You haven't got a choice. You want to be on there. But aeroplanes, you used to have smoking, now don't. Cinema used to have a smoking area and a non-smoking area. Before that, they didn't, and everyone was just mixed, and you had to put up with it. They made a smoking and a non-smoking area. Now it's banned to just smoke inside, indoors. They're talking about banning it indoors in your own house. What happened about banning it in cars, in your own car, while you've got kids in the car with you? Is that real? Did that happen? Is that banned? I've gone off on one again, folks, and I'm off on tangents from fucking tangents. We were talking about working men's clubs, but, you know. UK, smoking in car with kids. That's not how you spell kids. There's no 8 in the middle of it. It's an I. With kids. Legal or not? Or just legal question mark? It is illegal to smoke in a car or other vehicle if anyone under the age of 18 is present. Open the fucking window. I think it's gone daft, folks. A pub I used to drink in the UK just before I came out here. They had a separate, like, shed outside, which technically broke the rules. One wall was missing, so the door wasn't just the doorway at the side. The entire wall was missing that side. So it was enclosed on three sides with a little window in one of the sides. That broke the rules. You're supposed to be open on, is it three sides? Two sides? Three sides? When I wrapped up my business, well, not wrapped up the business, but when we left the office, we had a table that had been given to us a while. We used it as a coffee table, as the station where we made drinks and things. It's where the coffee machine was with the little pods and all that crap, and a kettle and you know, tea and all of that. We had a table for all that. When we left the office, I put that in the shed at the pub. But technically, even that shed, even though you sat outside in the freezing cold, you know, when it's like -2 in the middle of winter, and you have to go outside to have a cigarette. I always went out with the smoke. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. I've never taken a single drag of a cigarette, a single draw of a cigarette. But I always went out with the smokers. That was the best. That was the most social area to be in. So people should be able to volunteer to be in smoke. And if you want to make a club that's just for smokers and have it be inside and just stipulate that any staff just have to shut up and put up with it, you either want the job or you don't, that should be allowed. But apparently it's not. And a lot of pubs, once the smoking ban came in, you could see the roof and the ceiling and the walls more clearly, and people realised how brown or yellow or whatever they were, and so everything started to get done over and redecorated, and those sticky carpets where your foot stuck to the floor, where all the beers have been dropped over the years, all the spills, that all got replaced, and it all became chrome and mirrors and fucking bright lights, and it all changed. You had to go and stand out in the wind and the rain and the fucking snow and whatever. I missed the top of the hour, didn't I? I was going to say cheers to everybody with my sangria. Sangria in Spain, folks. Fucking tramp life. Cheers. Oh, I still didn't do the... Sorry. For anyone with headphones, I do apologise. I meant to come in and do the do not disturb thing. Why did that only come through on one of the devices? Why are you not working? You're the internet connection. You should have got that. All right, it was a delay. That's the one thing I don't like about, I think that was Twitch. I follow 4 people on Twitch. So anyone who doesn't know, Twitch is like a YouTube alternative. I follow 4, only 4. I'm subscribed to 4. Don't use the word subscribed, because that's a paid thing over there. I follow 4 channels, but I get all these alerts about people I've never fucking heard of. Follow this guy because his lucky chain or whatever it's called, he's up to 500, and I don't even know what that fucking means. Where was I? I was saying cheers. That was meant to be for the top of the hour. I'm only 10 minutes late. But yeah, tramp in a field sangria. Before that, I was ranting about working men's clubs, pubs, smoking outside. It was the death of pubs, or the beginning of the death of pubs. Ever since then, we're losing more pubs. Even nightclubs are going as well. Kind of the same reason. The other reason is, I guess, young people have been dissuaded from smoking, which is a good thing. But they've also been dissuaded from drinking. They have other alternatives nowadays. semi-legal. But yeah, ranging from vaping and herbaliciousness, which, whilst not legal in the UK, is it's on the verge of being decriminalised, isn't it? It's certain amounts are ignored, and if the police smell it, that's not enough evidence to do you. Just the smell of it isn't enough even to stop you and search you. Um, so youngsters, the next generation, are not going to pubs, and a lot of other people have been put off. Older folk who still smoke have been put off from going to pubs. And they're dying out. And whilst that sounds like a good thing from a health perspective, pubs weren't just about alcohol. They were about community and, in turn, mental health. Here's a tangent. Let's go on this tangent. When two people divorce, this is abstract but related. Follow me. When two people divorce, one or other will say, like we're too close, that you're not enough people for me, kind of thing. Is the gist of it. People, as we've gone down from wider families, bigger families, extended family, grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles, cousins, all of that. As people have become kind of more insular, you grow up, you go off, you get married, maybe you have kids, and that's your life, that group. And you might get the odd visit from some of the others, but you see them a lot less. People used to live in the same houses with other members of the family. People wouldn't kind of dream of doing that. Okay. For the last 30 or 40 years, people wouldn't dream of doing that. Kids now, as they grow up, can't afford to move out and are starting to go back to the model of staying with parents longer. But they don't get married and move in with parents. They don't have kids in the same house that their parents are still living in. That extended family thing, we became more insular, the nuclear family. Too much time together and only you, not enough people in your life. This is where the pub was useful. Mum and dad could go down the pub, meet other people. If she's unhappy, she chats with her friends. If he's unhappy, they have a game of snooker or pool and darts, and maybe he moans about the wife or whatever. And it was a release valve. That's what the pub was. It's not just community, it's a mental health thing. And I think we were too slow to realise that. And so people spend too much time together with no one else there, and it's not healthy. And like I said, you're not enough people for each other, would be how I would put it. And I don't think I invented that. I think I picked that phraseology up from somewhere else, reading it or hearing it somewhere. But the pub was a way of the pub or the club. If you were northern working class, you would go to the working men's club. It would be a mainly male-dominated thing, but there would be women's nights or whatever. And probably in later years, it would have been opened up and be unisex. No, that's not the right word. Is that the right word? I think it is. Unisex. Just both. It's a contrarian word, isn't it? It sounds like it should be one sex. But anyway, those community things, church, pubs. You look in a village. Well, you can ask either. Where's the pub? There'll be a crossroads somewhere, and the church will be on one corner, and on one of the other three corners will be the pub. Almost every village I've ever gone to, there's a pub next door or opposite the church. Community. It's those things. It's somewhere to go, mix and meet, and talk with other people. Pubs, working men's clubs. I could suggest nightclubs for younger people pairing up. Alcohol's always a great inhibitor, uninhibitor. Kids now are not procreating, if you could put it that way. Boys and girls, or young men and young women, are not connecting in the same way they used to. They're not meeting, they're not dating. So you meet someone somewhere, then you arrange to meet them another night, and within a week or two you're dating, and maybe then you go on and have a longer term relationship, kids, family, all that, marriage, kids, family. It's not happening. And everyone knows it, everyone sees it. Few are commenting on it. You only have to look at Japan. Look at Japan. All the lads are watching porno cartoons, and the girls won't speak with the guys. And their birth rate it's rock bottom. And Japan's population is heavily skewed towards the oldest of the old. They've got loads of old people and very few young people, and even few will come through in the next generation, because these guys they're all jerking it to cartoons. How did I get here? From working men's clubs and Peter Kay. I do this sometimes, folks. As a northerner, you'll definitely enjoy. Let me catch up. That was 23:56. I'm about 20 minutes behind as far as I can tell. Yeah, Andy made, homemade. Jesus, these reels now are stupid expensive. Everything's so expensive, homemade with groceries. Really, the only way to go now, even though these reels are dinner plate sized. More than that, to get good value nowadays, you have to buy a big old butcher's pack. You have to buy like the whole. You have to buy like, I'm going to say half a cow, exaggeration, but you have to buy something that's like 5 or 10 kilos to get the best value. Oxtail used to be like an offcut that the butcher couldn't get rid of. It's now as expensive as a fucking steak. How did the poor man's offcut? I mean, it's literally the tail and the bit just behind. It's the asshole and the tail. It was an offcut that no one wanted, and now it's like a luxury item that no one can get hold of. And that's a common kind of trope. It's a common occurrence in food history. Oysters used to be a poor man's food. Oysters, crabs, lobster were poor man's food. Seafood was poo-pooed. That was the hoi polloi didn't want that. That was for the working class. That was for the below working class. That was for the people struggling to survive, struggling to get by. Now those are all your oysters, your lobsters, your crab. Those are now luxury items. Other cuts, scrag end, which is the neck end of, I don't know if the term is animal specific. I think it was lamb, but it may also have been applied to beef, to cows. I'm not sure. Things like beef cheek and stuff were offcuts. These were things very few people wanted. These were the poor person's stuff, and now they're priced just as high as some of the luxury steaks. How's that happen? It feels like it's been manipulated deliberately. The butchers didn't want everyone asking for the cheap stuff, so somehow they manipulated the market to make it also be as expensive as everything else. But I watch these chefs online, like Andy Cooks. He's a good one for this. He's a New Zealander, lives and works in Australia, but has worked probably all around the world as a chef. 4 or 5 million followers on YouTube. And whenever he does meat, he buys these big, I can't even get my hands on screen. He buys these things yay big and then kind of butchers it down himself. Takes off the fat cap if there's too much, takes off the silver skin, cuts out, if it needs deboning, he'll debone it, and then he'll cut it into chops or whatever it's going to be. And it does look like the only way to buy meat economically is it's not even to go down the butchers. If you can still find a butcher, many villages and towns probably don't even have an actual butcher, just the butcher section in the supermarket. But if you can get, America sells things, but they have these separate stores like what's Sam's Club and all of that that are pseudo wholesalers. Americans buy things in bulk all the time. Is Walmart, is that the same? Is that a bulk store, a bulk buying thing as well? So they can get they buy these things that are 10 or 20 pounds in weight, 5 or 10 kilos or more. And then you just have to do a little bit of butchery yourself, cutting off the silver skin in particular, take off the fat and render it down to make your tallow or whatever. It's fun to watch. It's fascinating to watch. But yeah, there's no such thing as cheap meat anymore. There are no cheap cuts. I watched a guy. What did he get? So the guys they would call it a grocery store in America. We would call it a supermarket. And he compares. He says, "Look at this steak. It's $30, $30." And he says, "Look at this one. It's twice as big and half the price. I get all of this for 15 instead of that little bit for 30." So he takes it home. So this is like a stewing steak. You need to put this in the pot and or in the oven, where you need to put it and roast it or braise it for 4, 5, 6 hours. He just fries it like a steak. Says how wonderful it looks, and then cuts it up and tries to eat it. Like 10 minutes later, he's still chewing the first mouthful. I think he realised his mistake. But technically, no, he didn't. He came online and put a video out criticising it and saying, don't do the same as me, this shit's inedible, was the gist of his post. He just didn't realise that he just cooked it wrong. Low and slow would have been the way to go. What can you do, folks? Let me catch up. I've waffled. I was saying I was going to catch up, and I'm even further behind. I'm half an hour behind again, aren't I? Homemade. Okay, these veals are expensive. Oh, it jumped. Wait, which way did it jump? All right, it didn't jump far. It only jumped 3 posts away. Homemade with groceries, really the only way to go. This is still Farmer from half an hour ago. Only way to go, even though these veals are dinner plate sized. I went into a butcher's, this again back in the day. I went in. There was this big big hunk of meat there, and the guy said, "How much do you want to buy?" And I said, "Well, so it's dinner plate size, literally." And I said, "Well, an inch, maybe an inch and a half." And I'm like, un pulgar, possible un pulgar e media, 1 inch, maybe 1.5." So he cuts off a thick bit, sticks it on the scale. It's like 15 fucking euros. And this is 10 years ago, back when 15 euros was a lot of money. I've got in my bag. On the way home, I stop off at a couple of bars. One beer each. I had a wine actually in one. Well, this is back when a red wine, on a summer's afternoon, sat outside, was €1.10, maybe €1.20. So about $1 for a glass of wine. Chilled red. They do this thing. Normally reds you don't have chilled. Whites you will chill. Reds you should have at room temperature. But in Spain outdoors, like the ambient temperature is too warm. So they will chill a red here. And then as you're drinking it, it'll warm up anyway. I had a few, and then I get home, I put it in the pan, I cook it, I plate it up, I sit down, and then I wake up and it's gone. I have no recollection whatsoever. I paid 15 euros for a fucking steak, and I cooked. So it's not like I fell asleep and burnt the house down or anything. I mean, I stood there, I cooked it, it was all right. I remember I put it on the plate. I remember sitting down with it. I remember picking up the knife and fork. I do not remember eating a single bite of this thing, but I ate the whole thing. And I woke up about 3 hours later, still sat on the couch watching TV kind of thing, or with the TV on. But the steak evaporated. I paid the money, I did the work. I've got no recollection of enjoying that fucking steak. The demon drink, folks. The demon drink. That was Robert leaving. Hold on. Farmer said you're back. I don't know. Farmer says pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. But more thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks. I know I'm waffling on here. I'm going off on tangents from tangents, but your balls are weighted? ? You roll them and try to judge. Take that back. That's a Farmer special, but I've got no idea what that's in connection with. Your balls are weighted. They probably are, mate. Paul K plus a funny part as a shit therapist in Afterlife. That was the Ricky Gervais after his wife died, yeah? He's got a dog. I think I watched the first season. Was he suicidal, or did he have cancer or something? However many years ago it came out, I watched it when it first came out, the first season, or maybe only the first half of the first season. I have become American saying season rather than series. For Americans or anyone not British out there, in Britain, 8 or more episodes in 1 year, that's a series. And then a year later, there'll be another series and another series. We don't call them seasons, or historically, we don't call them seasons. So Paul K was in that. I didn't see him in it, but maybe it was in later season or series than I watched. Loads of working men clubs around my way. Do you want to share where you're at, Marie? I've got a bad memory for these. You don't have to. Cheers, Mike and everybody. That must have been, oh yeah, when I was 10 minutes late at the top of the hour. What? I can't hear you. Something loud, May. That was the beep. Yeah, I forgot to do the do not disturb. I apologise to anybody who does. I'm sure Farmer's just taking the piss, but I have a theory: human livestock worth more on paper if they have a longer projected lifespan. Ooh, if you're talking livestock, animals as they get older tend to be less valuable. That's why we eat lamb rather than mutton. If you're talking about as literally as livestock as in meat, if you just mean financial value, maybe. Soylent Green, Andy, wait. Am I being fattened up with the veal? I've told you, I think I've told you this. I watched a book called 1 minute After or 1 second After. It's a post-apocalyptic book. Something's happened and 90% of the population have died or something, and power and electric, it's all gone. So you're in like a post-apocalyptic scenario, and it's about how this town, I think town rather than village, how they survive, how you get by. And one of my ideas was, with the permission of the people, maybe you have a vote as a town, or maybe it's down to each individual to sign paperwork. Their dead body, this is not cannibalism directly, it's maybe indirect cannibalism. And this may be why certain religions don't eat pigs. Pigs will eat a human body. So my idea is that the dead bodies, the cadavers, get fed to the pigs. You fatten up the pigs, and then the people eat the pigs. Now, like you do with pigs nowadays here in Spain, for the last month or so of their life, they let them eat acorns. They let them kind of run wild in pasture and go hunt acorns and truffles and whatever the hell pigs eat. You'd fatten up the pigs this way, but you don't eat a pig that's eaten a human in the last month or two. You leave them to kind of, like with other things that you take. Like we were talking about slugs and snails as edible the other day. You purge them for a day before you eat them, so that you don't feed them in that last day or two, so that what has already gone in has come out and it's empty in there. You get me? You do the same with the pigs. You don't eat them within a month or so of them eating the cadavers. That would be one of my solutions for a post-apocalyptic survival story. I thought about doing like a rewrite of the book with some modern inventions and my own peculiar twists on this stuff. Snail farming, there's another one. You capture snails and you farm them. Mealworms. If anybody's like got chickens or whatever, they've probably got mealworms to hand, and you breed them and you grow them. And people with ponds, there's a, what's it called? Something weed, not dogweed, something weed. There's a plant grows on the surface of ponds, and it multiplies so rapidly, and you can take that off and just feed it directly to chickens or whatever, or dry it and feed it to chickens, or you can dry it actually and feed it to peoples, to humans. I got all these ideas of what you would do in a post-apocalyptic situation, but only if you've got the resources. You have to have some pigs or some chickens or some quail or whatever, rabbits. Soylent Green, Andy, where am I being fattened up with the veal? That was Farmer, I believe. It looks like a Farmer comment. It's enough the smell to stop you is probably cause, at least in America. That's not even a sentence. Hold on. What are we talking about? It's enough the smell to stop you in probable cause, at least in America. Don't know. Like Cypher, put me back in the Matrix. I want to remember nothing, lol. And you see that? See, you even remember the names of the characters. I remember none of them. Neo. If you gave me long enough, I'd remember the name of the girl. No. I used to know some people who use those names as like their online names. Hold on, which way am I going here? All right. Stupid expensive. It's jumped right back to. All right, here we are. Oh, I was about to read Marie's and it jumped. Hold on. Soylent Green, Itchy No Flakes. And it jumped right at Marie's post again. Which way has it gone? I think it's this way. Here we go. Used to meet a lad uptown on a Saturday night, then arranged to meet midweek under the bus station clock and go back to the pub for a date. Now the kids do it all online and meet for coffee dates. There's this thing, what's it called? Hypergamy. So all the girls want the guys that are kind of 10s and 9s, you know, the really good looking guys. So those good looking guys have got their pick of everybody. And all the girls will only date, hook up basically, with the pretty boys or the rich boys, however it goes nowadays. All the other guys are left getting none. And this is where your incels kind of, where the name and where the, I guess an incel isn't just someone who's not getting any, it's someone who becomes bitter and twisted about not getting any. But it's a growing phenomena. These guys at the top, the attractive guys, whether that's attraction physically or financially or whatever it is that girls are going for, these guys have got the pick of it all. But what's the old adage? Girls control the gateway to sex, guys control the gateway to relationships. So a girl decides whether you're going to have sex that night or not. But a guy decides whether this is an ongoing relationship or whether it's just a one-night stand or whatever. And this has become hyper exaggerated since dating apps. Those top 4 or 5% of guys are getting all the action and are living it up and don't care about the girls that they're getting with. Then all the girls are wondering, why are all the guys assholes? Yeah, it's not leading to long-term relationships. It's not leading to, whether it's marriage or not, but proper, real, stable relationships where people would settle down and have families. It's not happening. Certainly not to the same extent and in the same way. If you wanted to design a system that would end mankind, we're kind of there. If this carried on for like 100 years, there'd be very few left. You're going to see a mass die-off over the next 30 or 40 years. As we age out and the young'uns aren't procreating to the same extent now this used to be looked at as a good thing. There was this idea that 8 billion or so was all that the planet could withstand, and we couldn't carry on multiplying at the rates we were, and that we needed to see a die-off. And I think it's worse than they were hoping. That's what they were aiming for. But I don't think they saw the consequences that go with it. If everybody's old and only a small proportion are young, who's earning the money to be taxed to pay the social welfare and old age pensions and what have you, the healthcare costs of all the old folk? If everybody's old and there's only one young guy, how much are you going to tax him to pay for everybody else? It doesn't compute. So the way that dating thinks now is we're all just cash cows on a money farm. To some extent, I mean, the billionaires are running the world, it would appear. Literally, the billionaires are buying up all the farmland and then not farming it. What's that about? What happens when so much of the farmland has been bought up but isn't producing food anymore? There's a question for you. Now, if you will excuse me for 2 minutes, folks, I do have to make a run to the little boys' room, as it were. I haven't actually drunk that. What have I drunk? A quarter of a can of beer and half a cup of cold coffee and half a glass, maybe, of sangria. I've drunk nothing. Maybe it's this afternoon's that's coming out. I need to. I'm going to hit the microphone and mute the microphone. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes, folks. Just there and back again. Under bridges, over bridges to our destination. Bonus points for anyone who can tell me where that comes from. Okay, folks, I'm almost back. Almost, very nearly. Is everyone still here? Or is chat frozen? That hasn't frozen. That's a lot of you so far. Where are we for time? 2 hours 44. Okay, do you think we'll make it past 3? There's a chance we could make it to 4 if anybody wanted to. What am I? Hold on, I'm not back into bed yet properly. I'm only on the bed. Sorry, babe. Sorry, kicking your feet. Let me get comfortable. I've pulled the blanket off my girl. You're all right there, though, yeah? should I show you my girl? She's trying to tunnel down under the cover. Oh, okay. Me talking about her has woken her up, maybe. Well, she was awake, but I need the light. Where's the light? The light's there. There's a bit of focus. There she is. Look. Before I went to the loo, I reached out for her to pat her on the head. I thought she was facing away from me. She's laying this way, which would have been towards me if she'd not lifted her head so high. Hey, babe. You're not going to say hello to the peoples? They're looking for you. Just check that you're not too warm. No, you're not too warm. Your ear is a little bit. But no. Okay, babe. I won't disturb you anymore. No. Oh, look. It's a Tina girl. I know, girl. You don't like the big light. I know. Lay back down. You're okay. Lay down. It is okay. There you go. Go back to sleep. No, you're gonna look up now. I'm gonna take the camera away from you, okay? Take that nasty light off. There we go. Back to my mediocre physiog. Good word, physiog. Okay, folks. Cheers to those of you that stuck with me while I took my little break. What are we going to talk about now? Where were we before? Dating and people and procreation and stuff. Yeah, you only have to look at Japan to see how bad it's going. 10 years from now, Japan's fucked. They're doing the thing that British government did. We need to bring in foreigners to keep the country going. It's not your country if it's not your people. But they're falling down that same, I'm going to call it a trap. I don't want to get too political tonight, but I'm just talking about birth rates, procreation, and how a country where everyone's old, when they start dying off and the young aren't reproducing, it's the end of a people, isn't it? It's the end of a society. You might say the end of a civilization if kids aren't getting on with it. Marriage, families, kids, all that. Now, back in was it the 50s or the 60s? They incentivized, in Britain, they incentivized people to have kids, that get married and have kids. There were tax breaks. There was family allowance. So much extra money per kid. We took that away. We brought it back now, but it's not been taken advantage of by the British youth. Again, I don't want to get too political, but they didn't bring it back to incentivize white Europeans to procreate. They brought it back to pay a different bunch of people, it would appear. And where that leads, well, that's a big question, isn't it? And it's politics, and like I said, I don't want to get too much into that. It's kind of it's an aside from what I was talking about already, but it's not the main thrust of what I was talking about. But yeah, I think governments need to do something to get jiggy with it, to get young people establishing families. Let's put it that way. Proper, real, long-term relationships. I'm not getting into the whole should they be married, should they not. That's a whole diversion, I think, away from what I'm saying. People can have a long-term relationship and have kids without getting married. Is that the ideal? It certainly didn't used to be. Marriage was the preferred way. and historically certainly would have been the preferred way. Is it possible that just long-term partnerships could work? Maybe. But it doesn't look like they do, does it? Divorces are the length of marriages is shortening as time goes by. And it's not as long, it's not wait till the kids grow up and then split up. People split up now and their kids are still babies. Or they run out on them before they're even born. Don't know what the solution is, folks, but I think it's an issue. Low birth rates around the world. If you were aliens, if you were an alien race and you were looking to take over the Earth, this is what you would do. If you ever watched like The Invaders from the 1960s, I think I've run this one by you in the past. If you were looking to take over the world, you could go with the gas the population, change the air, kill everybody off. Much easier to take a long-term view and put things in place whereby boys don't talk to girls anymore, or young men don't talk to young women, where they'd rather sit at home pulling it to pornographic cartoons. Okay, Marie. Okay, Marie's asking, do you know how subscribers generally find your channel? I think I remember saying in the past that you came through Tez and Very Nearly Interesting. He's a good bloke. I like him a lot. YouTube hasn't been recommending him to me much recently. I don't think I've seen anything in the last month or more. I'll have to remember to go there and specifically, look at his channel. Every one of my, I think it's certainly my intention. Every one of my videos has a box halfway down the description with a link to friends of the channel, and my intention is that Tez, Very Nearly Interesting, is in there. He helped me get over, I think it was the 1,000 subscriber mark. I was on like 940 or 50, and I was about to have this big push to try and get over 1,000. And I'd had a bit of back and forth with Tez in his comments and stuff, and I'd always push, and I think I promoted his channel. I mean, he was bigger than, way bigger than me even then. But I pushed him out in some community posts, whatever you want to call them, on YouTube and on Twitter. And he wrote up a lovely thing. He says, I don't normally do this. He said, this is the first time I've done this with my channel, but there's this guy, he's homeless, bro, but he's ever such a nice bloke, and he's promoted my channel, and he's always very positive, and our interactions have always been great. And he said, go give him a look. And yeah, I went from being on this like 940 or 950. Suddenly I was on 1,050, like overnight. I think he had 20 or 30,000 at the time. He's probably over 100,000 now, is he? Let me go see. I honestly, I'd not even noticed that YouTube wasn't pushing him to me. I haven't. Where do I go? I need the YouTube app. So, Tez, Very Nearly Interesting. That was a big push. Scottish couple in Spain. I've been on their channel a couple of times. I got a few boosts there. I don't know how people find me more generally, because they're not finding me, or if they are, they're not subscribing. So either they're not finding me, or I'm putting them off. 130,000 now, Tez, Very Nearly Interesting. So youtube.com/@Very Nearly Interesting, all one word. He's only done 100 videos and got 130,000 subscribers, look. I can't tell you how many videos. For the first year, I got less than one new subscriber per video. He's getting 1,300 new subscribers per video. 1,300 new subs per video. He is good. He's got the production values and everything, and he does interesting topics. For anyone who's never been there, it's like QI with Stephen Fry or Sandy Toksvig, as it now would be. It's interesting factoids, but he will pad them into maybe find 5 or 10 interesting factoids in a video, or maybe go in depth on one specific topic. I love Tez's channel, and I really like the bloke. I love the fact halfway through most videos you'll see him sat down at some picnic table or in a pub garden with a pint of beer. I like that. Christ knows what that big stick is that his microphone's on the end of, though. But no, I don't know where most of my subs come from. Now I can go into certain stats and I can see a list of my subscribers. Some of them come from me posting comments on their videos. As a tramp in a field, I like this or don't like that, or I agree, or something like that. And some people have come through to me. I think I posted on a cookery channel. What's he called? Not Kirkby. Oh man, John Kirkwood, professional chef, something or other, his channel. You probably find him. Lovely bloke, Geordie by the sound of it. Former professional, I don't know whether he would say cook or chef, but now cooking at home and doing the videos. John Kirkwood, fairly sure. I made a comment on there saying, look, I'm a homeless guy in a tent and I bought some yeast. How long does this shit last? Because mine wasn't working. It wasn't frothing up. I see these guys put their yeast into a bit of sugary water, and within a minute it's frothing like shit. I put mine in and it sits there for a day and a half before it starts doing anything. That's a hyperbole. It's not a day and a half, but sometimes it just doesn't work at all. So I posted saying, look, this is my situation and I've got some yeast, and I have it for like a few months in the corner over there. Packets, dry yeast. And I said, half the time it just doesn't do anything, doesn't work. And I got some subscribers from that, just some interested people who were just thinking, I think I mentioned I do a bit of cookery on my channel as well, if you could call it that. If you saw my curry video or my chili video. Very tasty, just didn't look great with the rice cooked in with it. But that's a separate story. But no, I don't know where most people come from. Maybe I should ask. Maybe I'll do a video and I can't. I could do a community post with a poll, I think. But like in chat, I see other guys do videos and they'll bring a poll up in chat. I can't do that. The YouTube app doesn't have that. I would have to have a separate device and open what's called the YouTube Live Studio. There's YouTube Studio and there's Live YouTube Studio. And I can't get into that. It diverges to the standard studio app. YouTuber. So no, I don't think I know where hemorrhoids. How did you get there, Farmer? Let me scroll back and see how did we get to hemorrhoids? Cash cows on a money farm. Hemorrhoids. Okay. You're talking about that. I'll get the comment previously. It's enough of the smell to stop you. That's probable cause in America at least. Not in all states. Because you might have been the driver with someone else in the car and they smoked. And some states it's entirely legal. Some states it's legal with a weed card, a health card, whatever you call it. Other states now are making it totally legal, even for recreational use. Sorry, I'm talking about cannabis, weed, whatever you want to call it, marijuana. That was your past comment that I didn't understand. And now you've come back saying hemorrhoids. Oh, factoids. All right. Yeah, you have this habit of taking me off on a fucking tangent with your glib little puns or semi puns. So to answer Marie's question, no, I had certain big boosts. The first and second time that Scottish couple in Spain came and interviewed me, when Tez, very nearly interesting, he gave me a literal shout out. I've never seen him do it about anybody else, but it was lovely. I was just trying to get to 1,000. So that, was it? I think it was for monetization at the time. I was aiming for. I didn't realise that without proper Spanish tax codes, I couldn't be monetized. Hence, folks, if anybody doesn't know the full story, that's why there's the begging. That's why there's the begging link pasted at the top, pinned. That's the terminology. Pinned at the top of chat. If anybody wants to donate to help a tramp survive, I know it looks all glamorous. The lights, the lighting, the tablets, the phones, the sangria. Couldn't remember the word there. The sangria, the beer. Um, just bear in mind. 30 cents a can in Spain. 30 cents for a can of beer. Everything else donated. Everything's donated. The sangria was brought to me by a Swedish guy who was leaving the country either that day or the next. Everything here is either directly donated or donated cash. People who donate cash, I've got these EcoFlows. It's basically a big battery that stores solar power. So money that's donated it's not pissed up against the wall. Some people will send me an amount and say, get yourself some beer. And that's the stipulation that they put on the donation. I honour a stipulation. If you want to send me money and say not for alcohol of any sort, that's fine. I will honour. Your money will not be spent on alcohol. But in general, the money I'm sending it's either used on living expenses to buy some food or see, at the minute I'm low on dog food. I have to get a sack of dog food for Tina in the next few days. Now I've got money now. I'm not saying send money for Tina. I have money. I have money on my prepaid debit card, and I have a little bit in PayPal as well. Thanks to donors. I want to say a special thank you to Akadaka Tony. He doesn't often get to watch live because time zones in Australia and everything, but he sent me some money this morning. I don't think I've had any other donations in this particular week, cash donations, but I have had food deliveries, friends stop by, people bringing me hot meals, 2 the same day. Tom brought me a kind of a fishy. It was a spicy fishy stew. I'm not sure it was technically a curry, but and also Anthony later the same day brought me I think it was a beef curry. It was certainly a curry. The meat I'm a little bit undecided on. I think it's beef. Sorry, Anthony. Anthony's gone back. He went back to the UK. I think yesterday. He had planned to try and come and see me before he went, but the weather got in the way, wind and rain and stuff yesterday. Yeah. But just to say, just to reassure anyone who's thinking about donating and then sees me drinking booze, very, very little of the money I receive goes on alcohol, and when it does, it's been stipulated that way by friends who send money. You know, some of you guys send money, and say get a beer, or well, they say something like get a beer or whatever, and hey. So yeah, if I always honor stipulation, except once. I still owe a trip to. I owe myself a trip to Tweeties as a result of Josie's donation ages ago. She'll probably get here They're coming out here to live. They'll probably get here before I go to Tweety's. She sent me €20 and said go to Tweety's, and I was supposed to go that Friday. Something got in the way, and then the week after something got in the way, and ever thus. Anyway, I shall stop talking about donations. The link's there if anybody wants to. If you don't want to, or you're not in a position to, don't worry about it. It's not urgent. Hemorrhoids, factoids. Okay. Usually, if a state trooper smells drugs or sees it, they have probable cause. Oh yeah. So, hold on. State troopers. Oh, I'm not sure. I know that it's still illegal at the federal level, but some states have made it. Now, okay, if there's only one guy in the car and they smell it, then it's a driving under the influence thing, isn't it? It's not. It's not that hey, you've got drugs, therefore that's probable cause. It's the fact that driving under the influence. But if you can argue, hey, my friends were in here earlier and they were smoking, but I wasn't, you'll probably make. You'll have to do that. It's the what's the old adage? You can beat the charge, but you can't beat the ride. And the process is the punishment. You'll still have to actually have the court case. You'll have to go to the station, be detained. Car will get impounded, pay fees to get it back out, all of that. But then you might beat it in court. But yeah, the ride is the, what did I say before? The process is the punishment. Glib, like Andy Glib. Andy Glib. Is this Gibb Brothers? Is that where you? I don't know. Where did we get? I don't even remember saying Glib. Where did Glib come from? I've heard other YouTubers say having their dog in the thumbnail gives their channel a boost. I've heard people say that. I don't like to pimp my girl out like that. I have done one or two videos where there was one in particular where I was on the cliff tops back when Tina could walk. I used to do the morning sunrise kind of videos when I could get to the cliff tops. Very difficult for me to get there now. Probably could if I made a real effort, but I don't know whether Tina would enjoy struggling that far and back. I maybe could. Sometimes she just wants to go further than me, so maybe on one of those days, but that wouldn't be the first thing in the morning as the sun's coming up. But I used to sit on the cliff tops and wait for the sun to come up. And we did one, and I've got the camera looking at me, and then Tina just wanders right behind me and puts her head more or less over my shoulder. And I used that as the thumbnail on one of those sunrise videos, I think. I think it was a sunrise video. It might the other one it might have been. I did a Thanksgiving video once, and so obviously it was Thanksgiving Day, the last Thursday in November. 2, maybe 3 years ago now. I'm going to guess 2. I was very emotional for me. I did the whole thanking everyone who's watched and supported, and I'm thankful for all the donations and that. And when I got back here, I had tears in my eyes. What a fucking wuss. Put that together with me liking musicals. Whoopsie. I could put Tina in the pictures more. I just don't. It's like when we're here, I'll show her a couple of times because people ask how's she doing, and I'll show her. But I'm a little bit uneasy about building Tina up as like an internet superstar, because I'm jealous she'll outshine me. No, it feels a little bit. I don't like to beg, so even kind of pushing the donate link. Yeah, I only do this YouTube stuff. I only started doing this YouTube stuff because I couldn't stand outside a supermarket and beg. And I was going to die if I didn't get some money and therefore some food and what have you. So I started this. That and the fact I had discussed in the past once or twice with people about maybe starting a YouTube channel and they told me I didn't have a voice, I didn't have a personality, I would be no good at it. Guys, remove negative people from your life. If you have people like that in your life, reduce your exposure. And if you can reduce it to zero, do it. If it's a significant other or a major family member, have a word and tell them that you don't want to hear the fucking negativity. People should be supportive. Yeah, give it a go. Even if you think it's not going to work for them. I mean, unless, like, I don't know, unless they literally can't speak or have some sort of major speech impediment or I don't know, literally no personality. I don't know. Reduce or remove negativity from your life. 2 or 3 people said it'll never work. Why would people watch you? There's all these other millions of people. What are you going to talk about? And here we are, headed for 1,700 subscribers again. We keep heading for it. We keep hitting 16.99. We never get to. Should I do one long live stream one day and like not finish until we hit 1,700? I've thought about that. I have no idea what I would talk about. I got no idea what I'm talking about now. How the hell are we on? How did we get to over 3 hours? It needs the audience. It needs chat to keep this going. Otherwise, I run out of ideas. You have to credit Karen for making you presentable. She's done a fantastic job. Have you watched my first video yet? My first ever video. Long, scraggly hair, beard just straight down to here. I used to cut it at the sides, trim and just let it grow down. And I had this kind of long beard, long white beard. Yeah, I didn't look at my best. She does a good job. On the flip side, I scrub up well. As my pal Rose says when she's here. Yeah. Hold on. Farmer, I missed one, look. Hold on. Oh, it just jumped. Have I missed one or have I missed more? The way it jumps, cash cow on a farm. Do you know where your subscribers come from? Hemorrhoids, factoids, state trooper, glib, Andy glib. Other YouTubers, dogs. That was Marie. Where was that? I was about to read a farmer one. Here we go. Farmer says, I think he's promoting me. Funds always welcome though, Mike, for whenever it would be necessary. But someone coming by with some grocery supplies are always welcome also. Oh, absolutely. I've had some people just turn up with bags of food that they've bought specifically for me. I very often, well, not very often, but it is fairly frequent that people will stop by with the remnants of their cupboards or their fridge as they're leaving the country, either after a holiday or after a long stay and they're going home for a long while. Friends like Karen, when they leave the country, she actually did leave the country a week ago. They're just back. She only went home for a week. Running a business, she has to go and do the doing every now and again. But when she leaves the country properly, she'll drop off what they've got. I'm sure she pads it. See, some of the things are open. You know, he'll have like a punnet, a carton of cherry tomatoes or something, and there's only half of them in there. But there'll be other things. There'll be unopened packs of ham or cheese or whatever. She swears blind it's just what was in the cupboard when they ran out of time. But who has that much stuff lying around in the cupboard when they're leaving the country? I don't know. But yeah, sometimes people go. My friend Adela, that I knew in the before times, she came by. That was not this last 7 days, but the 7 days prior. She came by, didn't she, and brought me a bag of supplies, mainly unopened, brand new stuff. Again, I don't know if it's what she had laying around or if she got it deliberately for me. There was a bottle of wine in there, wasn't there? Yeah. No, people are. There's some very generous, very helpful people, and all help is appreciated. I did kind of make the mistake back, I think, in about November. I told people, "Whoa, I've got enough for now." I'm not going to say I'm not going to say it was a mistake. I still think it was the right thing to do. I had plenty at the time. I had enough to get me through Christmas, and then I think because I'd said that a few times, January was very dry for me. I didn't get hardly anything from anybody in January. Um, but also on the flip side, like an alternative argument, there, people spend a lot on themselves in the run up to Christmas and at Christmas. So it's often that one little fly buzzing around right in front of my fucking face. Oh, it's two. I'm going to get the Agent Orange on you in a minute, you little buggers. Oh, I went right through my fingers. Where was I? I said to people not to get me stuff in January. January's tight for people because they've spent on themselves in December. So whether it's because I said don't bother, folks, I'm okay, whether it was that or whether it was just the economic realities of most people's January, I can't pass out. I can't unravel that particular conundrum or enigma. Or is it a conundrum wrapped in an enigma? Or the other way around? Whichever way Churchill said it about the Iron Curtain and communism. It's a conundrum wrapped in an enigma, I think it was. What do I know? Yeah, yeah. When people bring real world help, water. When I was short of water a month or so, maybe a little bit over that. Um, I had a friend offer to bring me water, but he's on a motorbike. Like it's not too practical. You can't get too much here. I had another friend arriving in country a week later, and they've got a car. They arrived and just brought me, you know, 40 or 50 litres. It's a gyro wrapped in a pitta. I don't know what a gyro... In England, a gyro is a government payout for the unemployed. Or was. I don't know what that is in Canuckland. Canadiana. But yeah, we certainly do have to give Karen credit for making me presentable. And keeping me supplied with water. And bringing me food. Sometimes she'll just bring me it and she doesn't want anything for it. Sometimes I'll ask and I'll pay her for it. So, for example, if I can get her to bring me a replacement sack of dog food, I'll pay for that. Because I've got the money. I don't want... I was going to say I don't want charity. I don't want too much charity. And not from any one person. And I don't want charity when I've already got the money. I'm doing the same as I did in November. I've got enough. Stop giving. I did get low on money. Is it a month ago now? When I bought these two new panels, the two new solar panels. I mean, they were an amazing deal. Two 100-watt solar panels for 80 something euros. I couldn't not. When I bought one solar panel 2 years ago, it was the same price. Now, I've no idea about the longevity of these flexible panels versus the solid one. But then the solid one only lasted me 2 years before it got blown over in the wind and shattered. So a more substantial, on paper, more durable one smashed when it hit the ground and landed on stones. It wasn't the first time it had fallen over. It had fallen over plenty of times. But this one time it landed on 3 rocks and broke. These flexible ones, you could throw them off. You could play frisbees with them. You could. You're not going to hurt them. whether they scratch over time or whether as they're flexing, whether connections are breaking inside or not. Who knows? Time will tell. But it was an amazing bargain, and I couldn't not. Given that I was only getting 40 watts from the broken old panel, the chance to be bringing in 200 watts, I couldn't not. I couldn't not. But it did dent my finances at the time. It bottomed out, and I was a little bit. Well, it's a combination. It was those two and the friend that offered me the second eco flow. These things kind of coincided. Without without the second eco flow, I wouldn't have needed the second panel. So it was me on the splurge. I left myself short. Fault's not even the right word. My decision. But just again, just to reiterate to people who may be thinking about donating but wondering about, but this guy's an alky. He's got beer and he's got sangria and a friend brought him wine and it's Spain, folks. This stuff's all for free almost. You buy a bottle of wine still for €1, maybe 120. I can buy a Tetra Pak, 1 litre, so 700 ml in a bottle, or 1,000 ml, so a litre, for €1.05 for white, I think it is, and €1.15 or so for red. These beers, 30 cents a can. And how long have I held on to this? I've been drinking this one for 3.5 fucking hours. I'm still only halfway through. As alkies go, I'm not a very good one. I try. It's a gyro, so it must rocket the energy in being so near summer. We've had a lot of cloudy days. The days when the weather forecast, like today, the weather forecast said sun, like clear sun, not sun and cloud, clear sun. Fucking wasn't. Certainly not the first half of the day. Second half got a bit better. There'd be big bands of blue sky, but then there'd be a big band of cloud come over. So it was very hit and miss. Well, when the sun shines, yeah. I mean, I might run overnight one of the eco flows. This one. It was only on 90 or so, I think, at the close of business. And I'm using it to charge the phone. It's probably charged the tablet already. Got the lights on it. And there's a little bit of overhead just from having it on. So it loses about it loses about 1 percentage point every couple of hours, just if you haven't turned it off. I might get down to 60, 65, maybe 70 overnight, depending on what you're doing. And 8:30, the sun comes around. Actually, as we get in more into summer, the sun's later coming round. It's rising further around, and there's a big fuck off tree in the way. So there was a bank of trees it was rising above over there, but now that it's over there, there's a different tree casting a bigger shadow. It's later in the morning before the panels get the sun at the minute. But as soon as it does, 8:30, 8:40, we'll quickly be getting 40 or 50 watts in each panel. By 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, we're fully charged up on everything. Then I can put the fridge on and run the fridge as much of the day as I want. I set it to minus 15 degrees. It says it gets there, but it doesn't really. If I turn it off, within an hour, it's up to -5. In another hour, it'll be -1 or 2. And overnight, it'll climb to 2 or 3 degrees. I could run it through the night just to give it a boost. I could run it all night. I tried it one night. It used a shed load of power, and we're still only on kind of 0 degrees come the morning. And it had used, loads. There's no point. Set it to -15 the evening before, and the next morning it's -1, 0, maybe +1 or 2. It's fine for a fridge. I'm not using it as a freezer. These beers, when I took them out, when I opened this, it was almost a slush puppy beer. It had ice crystals in it. Um, uh, that's nice when it was the sangria that was like that. That was lovely. I had a glass of that this afternoon. You know, when I when I say a glass, I don't mean filling that up. I mean pouring it to here or somewhere that's like an equivalent of a real glass. Again, just to reassure those of you that are of a certain position. Gyro is kebab meat. Oh, question mark. That's Marie. She's done a search on something. It's Greek. It's barbecue meat on a skewer. So not a doner kebab. The other one. Kebab. I think that there's a people the other side of the Atlantic. I don't know why kebab doesn't have an A in it, but yeah. Oh, then okay, then cooked and placed in a pita with Slovakia tomato, cucumber, and some onions. I don't know what souvlaki is, but that sounds like a that sounds like a doner kebab. Pita or the other one. Can't remember the name of it. But yeah, it's like a big wrap. You get about that big wrapped in foil. Pork, chicken, or lamb usually. Yeah, lamb usually on this side of the Atlantic. I've been out of the loop for ages. This is Marie. Last time I watched regularly, you were considering getting a fridge. Did you get one? I did indeed, yeah. Was thrilled to see you had some new equipment in recent videos. I got a fridge freezer. So way back, I bought a camping cooler, but it was it was a thermoelectric thing. And it was really, it used a lot of power and didn't do much cooling. It was okay for the first summer. In winter, I left it outside. I haven't got room inside. I left it out. It's got quite a big footprint, that one. I left it outside. And what I forgot was that there was some food in it. And it got an infestation. Because of how it works with airflow and fans and things, it's open. You get in through a fan and literally inside the lid, and then from there into the box with the food. And so in spring when I opened it up, there was all these cocoons and fucking. I had to clean the lot out. I could clean under the lid and in the box. I got all that cleaned out. What I didn't realise was literally inside. So the lid's about an inch thick, with a fan and some cooling mechanism and some shit going on in there. I couldn't get inside the lid. I opened the lid and cleaned under the lid and all of that, but literally inside, between the top of the lid and the bottom of the lid, also infested, and I couldn't. It wasn't very good at cooling in the first place, and its cooling power was halved. So I decided when I had enough spare cash to get a proper fridge freezer. I was actually looking at a literal upright fridge freezer. I thought that was overkill and it's a little bit weird for a tramp in a field, don't you think? An actual, white goods, big, tall fridge freezer. So for the same money, I bought this smaller camping fridge freezer, still powered by a compressor. So proper real fridge freezer, it will go down to -20 or 30 degrees. And still just runs off a cigarette lighter connector. Can run off a plug socket as well, but in my situation, the 12-volt socket is more efficient. There's an overhead for using a proper real plug. It uses more power than it outputs. So I did get a again, it's a similar size to the camping fridge freezer, but I got the biggest. I got the biggest of the ones available, 50 liters. It's top opening, so your cold air stays when you open it. The cold air stays in the bottom. The thing about a normal fridge freezer, when you open the door, the cold air drops out, and then you kind of have to begin again or build it back up. With a like a chest freezer, when you open the top, the cold air most of it stays in. There's a little bit of pulling it out as you lift the lid, a little bit of suction, but most of the cold air will just sit there. But just like with a chest freezer, the problem is things are piled on top of each other. At the minute, I've got something that's gone off somewhere in there, and it'll be down at the bottom, and I don't know what it is, and I've got to dig everything out at some point in the next. I was supposed to do it today, but I didn't. Or yesterday. I was supposed to do it yesterday. I said on Friday night I was going to do it tomorrow, which was Saturday at the time. But you've got things piled on each other, and stuff gets lost or forgotten about at the bottom. This is the only problem with it. Oh, well, the other thing is that the big section is the freezer, and the little section is the fridge. Which means I end up just using the whole thing as a fridge rather than a freezer. But I've got 3 2-litre pop bottles set in the bottom. I can sit a whole tray of beer on top of that, and then I can put another 6 beers on top of that. And then I've got all my meats and what have I got in that set? Milks and meats and stuff in there, and butter, margarine, aioli, and cheeses and things in the littler section. But they do get stacked on each other. Or I have bags. There's a bag for cheeses and a bag for this and a bag for that. But I have to remember which bag's which. And I should have a rule. I did make a rule a while back that I have to pull everything out once a week and have a look through. A, to try and ensure that I use up things that are approaching their date, and B, to quickly throw out anything that I have let go too far. At the minute, it's less than ideal over there. But I did use, excuse me, I did use the money from donations to buy a compact. They call it a car or a camping fridge freezer, but I bought the biggest one of the line. There was a 30, 40, and 50-litre model, and tzatziki, not souvlaki. I know the word, but I don't know what it is. Is it the spicy white sauce, or is it the spicy red one? Just need to be off mic. Good night, Delta Mike. Good night, Fabrizio, and thank you for joining us, mate, and keeping the conversation going. I'm going to try and get to the top of the hour, get my 4 hours in. If you were here Friday, I don't know if you noticed, but the fully prepared, the fully post-processed version didn't come out until late last night. Nearly 24 hours after the stream started before they did the processing. If I hit 4 hours, a little bit of a margin for error, so 4 hours and 5 minutes, let's say, it'll be fully post-processed and the chat replay synchronized. It'll all be done in 15 or 20 minutes. Nothing wrong with, this is Marie, nothing wrong with having spare funds for contingency, replacement repairs, etc. Is there anything else equipment-wise you're considering? I was looking at air fryer, but Karen brought me one and I haven't got equipment powerful enough to use it. So no, I don't think I've got any. I don't think I've got any plans for anything or any desire for anything else. I'm going to go buy a new gas bottle tomorrow so that I get my frying pans and kettles and things up and running. No, I don't have anything that I've got in mind. There are Okay, there are silly little odds and ends I could put together. So a couple of months ago, I did a Temu order and bought a few things. Um, Mainly graters and slicers and veg peelers, and there was a whisk. It was a whisk that you kind of pump down. I don't want to do the I don't want to do that action, but you get the idea. You pull down on the handle and it spins. The action of pulling down causes it to spin. So I've got these things. I bought some like egg rings or pancake rings, so you can put three or four things in a frying pan and keep them circular. I got things like that. I'm lacking a weight scale, like a kitchen scale for measuring out. Um, why is that the only thing I can think of? I've got like a list of things on Temu, but you're looking at €3 here and €5 there. It's not like we're not looking at major investments. Um, some of these things I could probably buy up at the Chino Bazaar here and pay three times over the odds and get a lower quality. So simple stuff like just a little electronic weight scale. Um, that's that's probably about it. Of the things that I can remember, I'd have to look at my Temu kind of shopping cart. I use I don't think they have a wish list function, so I put things in the shopping cart, and when I go back and decide to make an order, but it would be that. It would be like a bag full of odds and sods. €3 this, €2 that. I got to say, the socks that I bought last time, I paid like €3 for 5 pairs of socks. My last pair of socks I wore for months and months and months and months. I'd rinse them out, wring them out every now and again. But they were literally, by the time I finished wearing them, there was less than half a sock on each foot. Um, I put these ones on, if I say about a month ago, and I thought they felt thin. I thought they were going to go through in no time. You got to understand, I walk around the tent barefoot, but I will also walk, if it's dry, I will walk outside barefoot, like very rocky, stony, thorny plants and things. Um, I will walk out in the morning and adjust the solar panels and check on things. Sometimes my two solar panels will overlap each other and I'll lose power from one of them. But I walk out barefoot and they've lasted it's at least a month now. It's probably about time I give them a rinse, maybe. Um, Tramp in a fucking field. Shut up. Donate. Buy me new socks. No, I've got 4 pairs left. These are great. These are going to survive a wash easily, and still be fine. I'll wash them. I'll put them out to dry, and I'll put them back on later the same day, for another month probably. Maybe a little bit less as we approach summer, but no, what else do I don't. I'm terrible at this. I get people asking me, "What do you need? What do you need?" I don't think I do. I've probably got a list somewhere in a notes app here, but there's nothing major like some kind of cookery thing or an electronic device. Ah, weight scale. Oh, I've seen like a little USB powered blender. I think that I didn't know such things existed, but you're getting these things now that like they won't run off USB directly. You charge the internal battery from USB and then it'll work. But yeah, a little blender maybe. Um, I don't know. I'm back from the bar, says Frank Nadobody. I hope you had a good evening, sir. But Marie, nothing wrong with having spare funds for contingency. That's true, but I reached the point where I was like sitting on €250 in PayPal and €50 on my prepaid debit card, and it felt wrong. We were approaching Christmas. I couldn't be asking people, "Where's the sob story?" to ask people to donate. I would feel like a con man asking people to donate while I was sitting on hundreds of euros. I couldn't do it. It's not in my nature. It's not in my nature to beg generally. I've said I won't go to the supermarket and do it. I won't. And fair play to the guys that do. You kind of have to swallow your pride and go do it. Um, we have a guy who's often in chat who does that. That's how he gets by. And if that's what you have to do, that's what you have to do. I just figured I had another alternative and I gave it a try and it's kind of worked so far. I try and pretend that I'm not begging, but you can all see the link at the top of chat. Unless you've dismissed it, you buggers. Did you click the three dots and scroll and dismiss pinned message? It's there if you want to do it. That's how you get rid of it. If you're annoyed by that pinned message at the top of chat, that's how you get rid of it. Click the little three buttons next to it, three dots, and I think you have to scroll. And I think it's at the bottom of the menu that you can dismiss. So don't let that annoy you and be in your way. But I kid myself that I'm not begging, but I'm hoping that I'm providing some kind of entertainment, might not be the right word, some kind of connection, that there's something there and that there's a two-way street and that it's not just parasocial. If anybody wants my email address, if you email me and you want to connect on Messenger or some other way, I'm happy to talk with anybody through those other channels. I'm not going to publish my Messenger or my phone number or my WhatsApp or whatever, but if anybody wants to, you can email me and we can connect. Email's too slow and I only check it twice a week, probably. But if anybody wants to connect more directly, I'm here for you folks. For whatever reason, whether you just want to chat, whether you're going through issues and you just need someone to talk to, whatever it is, I'm here. It's not like I'm going anywhere. But this is how I convince myself that I'm not begging when clearly I kind of am. But yeah, when I built up that amount of money and we were approaching Christmas, like I said, I think it was late November, possibly early December, I stopped publishing the begging link, the PayPal link. I couldn't in all conscience publish that asking for money when I was sitting on hundreds. It's not many hundreds, only two, but not in my nature. So yeah, having funds for a contingency is okay, but I wasn't gonna whoa. I think was that farmer's parting message. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap. I almost said top. Tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. Likes are always welcome, folks, if you haven't. I'd like to try and hit 20, but we seem to be dropping down. I don't seem to have the capacity to draw 20 likes in anymore. Oh, Frank said, had a great evening. Hold on. Just saying goodbye to the last night. Some fellow bar patrons are moving. Okay, you're saying goodbye to some of the regulars, some of the locals are moving away. 1,600 miles. That's a distance. That's a good drive for you guys over that side of the pond. You'll cover that in a day. I switched to all chat and it went away. Really? Oh wow! I didn't know it did that. Helped a woman who fell get her into a car to drive her home. Saw her hard asphalt fall to above the ice. Oh, saw her fall hard on the asphalt to above the ice socket. When you say get her in the car to drive her home, you're not getting her in the car so she could drive home. We're not doing that. Okay, folks, can I hang on for another 15 or 20 minutes just to get to that 4-hour mark? That's the aim. If I hit 4 hours, everything will be post-processed. Chat replay will be synchronized. It'll all be done in 20 minutes, and anyone who's missed it can also go back and watch. If I don't do that, you'll have to wait about 20 hours at the minute, it looks like. When I don't hit 4 hours, it takes YouTube 20 hours now to make it fully available. Don't get me wrong, you could watch it straight after, but you wouldn't have chat, replay, and you might not have all of the different resolutions available. She's been driven by a sober person. Yeah, I would hope so, my friend. I would hope so. So how are you, Frank? What kind of week have you had? I haven't asked the rest of you out there, anyone who's out there, has it been a good week? I think I asked this on Friday. It's difficult to get an answer out of you lot, especially the lurkers that won't talk to me. Maybe you're the haters that are just watching in the background. For anyone who doesn't know, I do have my haters. There's even a channel. That beer is warm. I've held it in my hand so long. I need to... If you just give me a second. There is still about this much, but I'm going to neck it because I can't keep drinking that. I've been talking for nearly 4 hours, folks. I'm still on the first can of beer. I'm halfway down my cup of coffee, and I'm halfway down my glass of sangria. Triple fisted drinking, folks, for the win. My bin bag is closed, so I'm not going to get this in there. I got it on there. It's on top of the bin. Yeah, it's not a great taste, to be honest, this beer when it's warm. What am I on? I'm on the end brow again, yeah? I don't know. Is there a D in there? There is. EMDBRA umlaut U. Emd brow. I assume brow is brew in German, but I don't know. I might just be making that up. Quick swig of the sangria to wash away the nasty aftertaste from the warm beer. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. You didn't remind me. The tripod of beer, folks, the tripod upon which the lantern that is lighting me currently sits upon 3 cans. 3 cans have my tripod. My tripod has 3 cans. And when it doesn't have 3 cans, then it's not my tripod. Dry Ecken asked mine Oot. Mine Oot asked Dry Ecken. And Ven? I don't know. Ven 9 asked Dry Ecken. S9 my Hoot. That's the one, isn't it? It's my hat. My hat has 3 corners. 3 corners has my hat. And when it doesn't have 3 corners, then it's not my hat. A little bit of German. Probably all wrong. Okay, look at this. I'm opening a can of beer when there's only 10. Are we gonna go for 4 hours? We could go longer if you guys want. If there's people here, he says just as the audience numbers drop. What we had for dinner tonight? Asks Hannah. I've been eating. So I've eaten all I've had really. I've got this sausage. Polony. But it's not bologna, is it? I got this. I've just been eating that. And before that, I had a stick. I had a whole sausage fouet, which is... It's a little bit like chorizo, but tougher. Fouet, F-U-E-T, I believe. A long, kind of a dry, hard Spanish sausage. But I've eaten meat snacks today. I had some Greek yogurt. There was half a tub of Greek yogurt in the bag that a gentleman brought me this week. So I had some of that. Had the 2 different types of meat snacks, or I could have put them in bread or something, but I didn't. I just sat here and picked at that, and every 2 or 3 that I had, Tina got one. I tell you, folks, she gets her own food, and then she gets kind of a quarter or a third of mine. Always has, probably always will, while she's with us. I haven't eaten much. Well, was it? It was earlier this week, wasn't it, that I cooked the chili sin carne. Didn't have any suitable meat. I do have a chim. I've got a tin of. I've got loads of tins of fish. I got tunas, and I've even got a fairly big tin of salmon. But I've got a tin of pork. But none of that would have worked with what I was cooking there when I did the chili. So I just did it beef flavored with the gravies. The rest of the week, I think that was. Oh man, did I cook that on Sunday? And I ate it on the Monday and Tuesday, maybe. And then my friend Tom brought me a meal on the Wednesday, which was a fishy stew, a spicy fish stew, with a couple of shrimp in it as well. And the same day, so I couldn't eat it that same day, my friend Anthony brought me a beef curry. I said before, I think it was beef, but it's certainly a plate of curry on a disposable plate. I had to keep it under wraps till the next day. I was full from the previous food. So that's been most of my week food wise. But today was just a lazy day, just picking up meat snacks that people have dropped off. I think the 2 sausages were from different deliveries, different donations. So earlier in the week, a lady, I think the Tuesday maybe, a lady who was leaving the country brought me a carry bag, a shopping bag, with the remnants of her cupboards and fridge. And then the day after, a Swedish guy. So that was a Swedish lady one day and a Swedish bloke the next. I think he's called Conrad, but me, names and faces, especially with people I've only met once or twice, especially when it's like a year apart. But I think it's the same gent that came a year ago, and maybe even the year before that as well. But he brought a bag of food as well, and I'm gradually just picking the bones out of it, picking the different bits, and I haven't. So in the past, I would have emptied them out and I would have done a video and I would have thanked them. I'm getting a little bit lazy on that. I should do that more. But what's tending to happen is I'm not even looking through the bags properly. I'll have a quick glance and it'll turn out there's something in the bottom that's expirable. That's not a right word, is it? What's a better word than that? So some things last forever. So there's rice crackers and there's biscuits, and those will last forever. But there might be, I don't know, a banana or something in the bottom of the bag. I pulled something out yesterday that I didn't even know was there, like 2 or 3 days after they've dropped the bag off. So I've had a couple of quick looks through, and I thought I knew what was in, and then I find something else that needs using up pretty sharpish. I don't even remember what now, so I've got to go look again. But yeah, no, today I haven't cooked today. Tomorrow I must go and get a gas bottle. Oh, you know, if you were here Friday, I said I had a cloud of flies in that end of the tent, and I didn't know why. And I found a rotten orange in the bottom of a bag. Okay, I got rid of that. But the flies persisted. And I thought, what's going on? And when I'm out there, I just fell over and I tripped actually on a bag of food. I've got stepping stones. There's so much stuff out there that I haven't got a clear pathway to the little boy's room. I have to put 1 foot here, 1 foot there, pivot, twist, and get in there. I got these bags. I looked and I noticed a bag that I didn't know was there, like just a shopping bag, but it was like half under something. And I thought, what's that? And I opened it up, and this cloud of fucking little flies come out. And what it was, there's about 14 eggs in a tray, and I think it's fallen off the chair. One or two have broken and sat there and sat there, and the yolk and what it's coated some of the other shells, and it's sat and it's gone rotten. And you've got that sulphurous smell. I thought, oh, what the fuck! I put the whole bag outside overnight, and the next morning I took them over to kind of my kitchen area outside. I've got an aluminium tall canister, and I half filled it with water, and 2 or 3 eggs at a time. I put them in and did the sink test, and washed them off. But if they were on the bottom, I washed them off and kept them. If they were on the top, I'll just throw them straight away out. Technically, it doesn't actually mean they're bad. It just means that they've lost some of the internal gas. No, it means they've lost internal moisture that's been replaced with gas, which affects the buoyancy. You could crack them open and see if they're rotten or not. But I just figured it was only 2 of them out of 15 or 16, whatever it was. And I threw 2 away. There were a couple that are semi-buoyant, so those will need using before the others. But I washed them all off, put them in a Tupperware, and brought them back inside, the good ones. But that fucking cloud of flies. I've always got, because I've got 4 or 5 bags of food out there at any moment, there's always something I've missed or forgotten about. Maybe I knew I had it 4 weeks ago when it was dropped off, but I wasn't worried because a carton of tomato, like passata or triturado or whatever, it's not going to go off in any hurry. A tin of beans not going to go off. You got the, but then there'll be an orange or something. Fuck you! Did I get you? I think I got you. I did. Fuck you. I am Mr. Miyagi. I Miyagi'd the shit out of that little bastard. Pardon the French. Well, don't pardon them, but you know. Anyway, no. So that was, yeah. Does YouTube pay you? No, I can't get monetized because I haven't got a Spanish tax number. I haven't got an NIE. I thought way back, I thought I could get monetized, which is why I made the big push to get to 1,000 subscribers way back. That was the threshold for monetization. It was 100 or 200 back in the day. I can't remember which. To be able to live stream, and I got to that, and I live streamed, and we built up and we built up. I got to 950, and then Tez over at Very Nearly Interesting featured me. He promoted me, and I shot past the 1,000. I think I shot past 1050 to and beyond 1,100. I think in 2 days, maybe 3. And I've kind of stalled ever since. Certainly ever since I hit 1650, it's been very, very slow going, very hard work. There have been months where I've gone backwards. I think I've been on 1699 5 times, and then it falls back to 1692. This week it shot up by 3 or 4 for some unknown reason. I haven't got the actual number in front of me, but we're on something like 1697 maybe. I was saying earlier, I may do like a live stream, call it like the 1700 live stream, and not end until we get noticeably above 1700. Maybe just doing this, maybe this time of day isn't ideal for a lot of people. So as we're coming into summer, I'll be able to do them through the day, even in the evening outside. Today it was light-ish until just before 9 o'clock. Light enough. And I've got the big lantern here. I did them outside last year, but back then I was doing TrampCast proper, where I properly detailed the events of the week. That seems to have fallen out of favour with me. I think you guys would still watch it. It's me that's, and I don't know what to do about all the weeks that I haven't covered. However many months this has been. Interrupted but live again. What would I do? Would I just start again now and ignore the fact that there's been 6 months or more that I haven't done the TrampCast, or do I have to make an effort to fill the gaps? I enjoyed doing TrampCast. I enjoyed doing that standard TrampCast. When I had to do it with a pen and paper, it was a lot of work. Keeping the notes on a phone or tablet and then transcribing them, well, doing them on the phone, sorry, there was no tablet at the time, and then transcribing them to paper and summarising and transcribing at the weekend. When I got the tablet, it was just a case of reading them off the tablet. And yet it became easier, and yet I stopped doing it. And I can't explain why other than demotivation. The stress of it. There's an anxiety before I go live. This is why I have a nap beforehand. Partially why. Also the fact that I can go for 4, 5, 6 hours. And, I'm talking to you guys until 4 in the morning sometimes. Which I don't mind. If you can keep the conversation going, I'll keep going now. We've hit 4 hours. I'm on 4:02. I would normally go well about 4:04 or 4:05, just to make sure, because of these little disconnects, they can add up. I need to make sure that the time that YouTube says that the final video is at the end has to be over 4 hours. Otherwise, it won't post-process as quickly. When we finish, it can be available for you to watch with chat replay and in all the different resolutions. It can be as little as 20 minutes. If we don't hit 4 hours, it can be 15 or 18 hours. So yeah, no, YouTube don't pay me. That's why I have the begging link. That's why I have the PayPal. That's why I have the begging bowl out for PayPal. This is how I survive doing these live streams. This is my survival. It's this or go and stand in front of a supermarket and pimp out my dog, pimp out my disabled dog and say, look at us, disabled dog and tramp. Give us money, give us money. It's not really in my nature. Now this, I can kid myself that I'm providing some kind of entertainment, some kind of connection with people, and that I'm not really begging. I mean, I am, clearly. There's a big old donate link at the top. But no. I don't like to think of myself as begging. It goes back to when I first moved into this field and that decision. Camp under a tree and be hidden. There are all sorts of little hollows under trees. Once we got to the stage where I was building a shelter with my 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin, I would have needed a bigger hollow. Once we got to the stage of having a tent, it would have needed to be an even bigger hollow, but it would have depended on the size of the tent. But I made a decision to not do that. I decided to be here, to be visible, next to a track there, and there's a big road up there, and there's a track that comes down here, and there's people with houses and apartments down there. I didn't know how to be homeless. Still don't. If I had to pack up and move on, I'll end up dead, probably. My mate Joby jumps on his bike, packs his stuff away into the panniers and a bag on the back rack of his bike and goes off, and he finds somewhere that night and set up his camp and either stay there for a day or two or just get up the next morning, pack it away and go. I couldn't do that. I couldn't spot a suitable location. I've got a disabled dog. I mean, that's a hindrance. Sorry, Tina. I don't mean to call you that. Love my girl. Where are you? Is that your head? That's your head. Don't mean to call you a hindrance, darling. Daddy will carry you as long as you need and as long as you're here. But no, I don't know how to be homeless. The fact that I've built up what I've got here, I can't show you because I've closed the bedroom door. But top of the line mobile phone would have been if it wasn't broken. Folds. Okay. Fucking folding mobile phone. Folding smartphone. Not an old Nokia whatever. Top of the range Samsung tablet. Not exactly top of the range, but fairly high end. Boxes of clothes, chest of drawers. I got a bin. That's my go bin. If I ever have to leave in an emergency, I just pick up that bin and go, or put it on a trolley and go. I've got 3 trolleys, 2 old lady shopping trolleys and 1 trolley. I thought that had gone missing, but it had fallen over and got buried. I've got my next tent here already, even though I'm going to try and make this one last another 6 months. I've got television. It's a joke item, but I do have a working TV. I have an electric fan. I have a fridge. I've got a vegetable rack with 5 drawers, all full, mainly of sauces and condiments. Ranch, salad cream, brown sauce, ketchups, mayonnaises. It's mainly that. Occasionally they'll actually put some veg on the veg rack. But you know. I got 5 drawers, 5 plastic drawers full of dry goods. Rice, pasta, chickpeas, lentils. I've only got like the brown lentils. Are they called brown lentils? I want red lentils. I keep hearing about red lentils and seeing videos of people. I've never seen red lentils in the supermarket. I want some red lentils. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I've got all this shit. A Queen Anne kind of big upright chair that I probably haven't sat in for about a year. Excuse me, windy pops. I've got my EcoFlows, my solar panels. Don't tell anybody, but I've got spare tablets. I got laptop. Rarely use it. I only use it rarely when the hard drive gets corrupt. I connect a hard drive to the phone to free up space, move stuff off and back on, juggle stuff. But every now and again you get a disconnection when it's on and it corrupts the hard drive. Plug it into the computer and it fixes it. If you remember, I went about 18 months unable to use my external hard drive. I've got an external hard drive. I've got a slow cooker, if you watch the cookery videos. Cooking with a tramp. What the fuck? I want to try, now this won't work, but I want to try it anyway. I want to try and make one big Yorkshire pudding in the slow cooker. Now, to do a Yorkshire pudding, you're supposed to get it really, really hot. That's not going to happen in a slow cooker. It's like a low to medium heat over a long time. But I figured, fuck it. If I use self-raising flour and a bit of baking soda, or maybe even a bit of yeast, and let it sit for a while, maybe I can make it rise, despite the fact it's not hot. I'm going to try it. Even if it doesn't rise, it'll taste like Yorkshire pudding anyway. So I can do that, take the Yorkshire pudding out, and then maybe cook some kind of stew in there. Or maybe do it the other order. Do the stew first, take it out, Tupperware it up, cook the Yorkshire pud. Whichever. So anyway, where am I? Marie, I probably sound thick, but would using a VPN set to a different country mean you could monetize a channel? No, I don't think so. My channel is already created and set to be in Spain. Maybe if I'd thought about that right back at the beginning. But even then, I'd have to give my UK tax details and my earnings. The UK government would know. Well, they might not know my location, but they'd know I was earning and I'd be owing the UK government tax. I'm not sure. I mean, I do have my, I have my national insurance number. Is there a separate tax number, or is that it? Is it the national insurance? I memorised that when I was about 16. It's the only number I've memorised in years and years and years. The Spanish police expect you to know like your passport number and your phone number and shit. And I'm like, you want my phone number? Give me my phone. I'll have to fucking look. You want my passport number? You got no fucking chance. I don't know my phone number. Who does? Now, how many people know their own phone number? Mobile. Landlines are easier. Area code and then just 5 or 6 digits. I mean, I can probably tell you every phone number, every landline phone number I ever had in the UK. Yeah, I believe so. Literally every landline phone number I've ever had, I can tell you, right back to when I was a kid. I won't give the area code, but 754566. There's a moth or some sort of other insect regularly between the bedroom fabric and the outer tent fabric, somewhere either behind me or off to the side. It moves about a bit, but there's this bzz, bzz, bzz all night long. I think it's too quiet for you guys to hear it, but yeah. Oh, don't worry about the type. I read past typos. If you see me on Big Clives or Scruff Dogs when I'm in chat, me and my on-screen keyboard, I was going to say online keyboard, me and my on-screen keyboard just do not get on. On my last phone, I was almost immaculate typing. I'm a touch typist historically with a real keyboard. 100 words a minute back in my prime. When I did my typist training, when I wore my my mini skirt and fishnet stockings, tight white blouse with a black bra underneath. Back when I did my typist training, and then later on, so I got to RSA, was it level 3? I think it was level 3. And then we did RSA word processing, and I got to level 2. God, what year would that be? 90? Maybe 91? Word processors were newfangled things. I learned on a manual typewriter, then upgraded to electric, and this was really basic. You just typed what you typed, and if it was wrong, you'd backspace and put the sheet. What's it called? It's a little sheet with the white paper with the white. So you didn't do Tipex per se. But you had a sheet of it, and you would type. You'd backspace one and type back with the same letter over the wrong letter with the white paper there with the later on in the same course, they'd just come out. They were brand new. The electric typewriter had a one-line screen, and you could type like your current sentence, and then you could with some cursor keys you could review the sentence, and if you confirmed it was right and you pressed the carriage return, then it would type out the whole sentence that you've just confirmed is correct. You still had the carbon paper behind if you're doing multiple copies. More difficult to correct the carbon. Basically impossible to correct the carbon. But if that was your copy, it didn't matter so much as long as the manager approved and signed the primary copy. Yeah. And my typist training. Short skirts, stockings and suspenders, high heels, tight white blouse with a black bra underneath. That was me. Not quite, folks, not quite. But look at this, we're on 4.25 hours. I was going to end at 4, but looks like I'm still rambling, even though the numbers are dropping. Thumbs up, folks, if you didn't already. I will give you a cheers with the sangria, with the last of the first glass. Cheers, folks. Thank you for sticking with me, those of you that have. If you're new here, feel free to just say hello in chat. You need to have chat open, and you want to change it from the default to live chat, all messages. Come and chat with us. Come and say hello. You got questions? What is this shit? Who are you? Why am I watching you? All those questions. Come and ask. For anyone who doesn't know, I will head off some of the questions. I'm a homeless Englishman, a Brit, living in Spain. Circumstances changed 3.5 years ago. My UK bank decided I'm not me, and in order to get access to my money, I would have to come back to the UK in order to show my passport and 3 other forms of ID in my branch, not any branch, in my branch, in Morecambe in England, which isn't there anymore. Morecambe's there, the bank branch isn't. Don't worry, it's not been nuked. At the same time as they wanted me to leave the country to prove I'm me and get my money, the Spanish police and me had a little bit of an issue, and they decided to not let me leave the country. Ergo, catch-22. Well, I'm not having to prove I'm insane to get out of the army. It's not technically the catch-22, but it's a catch-22, a circular problem. In order to handle the police, I need to get my money. In order to get my money, I need to get past the police and go to the UK. And I can't leave the country, but I have to leave the country, but I can't leave the country. That's the long and the short. Stayed with friends for a little while. Friends run out of patience. Some friends left the country and were unable to help. Other friends, like I said, I outlasted my welcome. Outstayed my welcome is the correct phrase. And here we are. One day the friend said, look, you got 2 weeks to sort this out or you got to go. And 2 weeks later the day came and I walked down the steps from her apartment into a field, into the local park actually, for 2 months, minus a few days. And then the local council came and chopped down the trees where all my things were stored under, and the message was clear: get out of here. Having no idea where to go, I'd seen that there was a field down here a couple of months earlier. It wasn't like a mental note of, oh, if I have to move, I'll go there. It was just, oh, a field. And I actually walked down the hill from the park, aiming to go to someone's house, apartment. And when I knocked on the door, his girlfriend said he didn't live there. So that was nice. So I carried on. I came to this field. I brought my stuff down. It took me 5 or 6 trips, and I've been here ever since. Thousands of pounds in the bank in the UK. Not wanting to brag. It's not like hundreds of thousands. It's not tens of thousands. But it's a few thousand. But money in the bank that you can't get to isn't money. And what now? 3.5. I think I missed the 3.5 anniversary. 3.5 years in this field, with lots of pressure from the police for the first 2.5 years. Almost weekly visits, certainly fortnightly, telling me you can't camp here, you can't be here. It's public land, get off. It's not public land, it's private. And the owner has never objected to me being here. People have they've literally tried to trace the owner and solicit to trespass. Hey, Mr. Owner, there's this guy on your field. Can we get rid of him for you? I don't know whether they haven't found him or whether they found him and he said, I don't care. I don't know which it is. But I'm on private land, and the owner has not objected to my presence. And the police finally got the message. After they stole all my belongings and threatened to shoot my dog. Let's put that in the right order. Bitch arrived and said, get that fucking dog inside or I'm going to shoot it. Exact words. That's an exact quote. Profanity included. She said it in English. And then for the rest of the encounter denied she ever said it. Her partner accidentally confirmed it halfway through the encounter. But they called in the bin men and took all my belongings away that were outside. So I've had my ups and downs while I've been in this field. But I'd started a YouTube channel, and with the help, because of my situation, I can't get monetized by YouTube. And so my only way of getting money is the PayPal donate link at the top there. If anyone's got £5, euros, dollars, or above, I think if you go below that, I don't think it's worth it on your account because you might be getting charged PayPal fees. You don't want to be sending a fiver, you don't want to be sending €3 or €4 and getting charged a couple of euros by PayPal. That's ridiculous. But anyway, it's down to you. Everything is appreciated. All donations. Like I said earlier, Akadaka is one of you guys out in Australia. He sent me €20 this morning, so just over. I'm not sure Australian dollars to euros. I'm not sure. It wasn't an exact match. He didn't. Maybe he was aiming for 20, but he ended up something like €20 and 22 cents or something. But thank you, Tony Akadaka. Cheers, mate. And cheers to the rest of you for being here on this Sunday night into Monday morning for me. Well, for most of Europe now, yeah. All of Europe, I think. 2:24. Yeah. We are into Monday morning. How many people are out there, and is anyone talking to me? Top chat and live chat. Probably definitely from Marie was the last post. You lurkers, come on, pull your finger out. I want to keep talking. If you keep me chatting, I'll keep chatting. And apparently, I can talk the hind legs off a donkey. But I need a prompt. I need a question, a topic, a subject. You want to ask me about tramp life, how I became, what happened with the police. You want to ask why they've left me alone for the past year or more, maybe 18 months now. Certainly a year. They've been 3 times in the last year. One was to deliver some documents. The other 2 were some newbies. They're driving around, they see a tent in a field and they come and tell me I can't be here. And I say, yes, I can. And they said, no, you can't. Public land, blah, blah. I said, no, private land. And they go, huh? I said, yeah, your boss has been here. Lots of gold, oro, lots of scrambled egg. We got it on the shoulders, we got it on the cap, we got it on the cuffs. Your boss's boss, probably. Maybe even your boss's boss's boss. Lots of gold. Oro everywhere. And I said, you're wrong. Then they did the old identification, please. And I reminded them, that's a public thing. When I'm in public, you can demand my ID. Privado. No, tierra privada. Or parcelo privado. Whichever you want to go with. I said, are you sure? In private. Not in public. You want to demand my ID? Can you do that? He walked off. You must get ID. The reason I haven't got ID, for anyone who's new, this field flooded twice in the first month I was here. First of all, ankle deep. Secondly, kind of knee or a little bit above the knee, kind of thigh deep. And my passport was wrapped in a like a Ziploc bag. Not actually Ziploc, the ones where you press them together and it creates a seal. But they're not always as waterproof as you think they are. And my passport got water damaged. Um, I tried to use it as ID with the police and the court when I got arrested one time, and they said it was unacceptable because it's water damaged. It could be a trick. Apparently, one of the tricks of fraudsters or forgers is to make something look water damaged so it doesn't have to be as precise. So my passport was unacceptable. So now when they ask for ID, I tell them I don't have any. I don't have any that they would find acceptable. And they generally just go away and leave me alone. But every now and again, there was another thing with I said about a police thing, a court thing, so I couldn't leave the country. It's not that they've taken my passport away or told me I can't leave the country. It's that every now and again, they'll have a court case about me and they won't tell me about it, and so I miss it. And then if they do run my name, they'll arrest me for not attending court. But because I can prove I've not been notified about it, well, their system proves I haven't been notified, I spend overnight in the cells, and then they just let me go and say, wait for the next court date. But at one time I got to the airport to leave the country, same thing, but there was a warrant, so I got brought back. So I don't risk going to the airport. I'm not going to pack all this away, throw stuff in the bin, decamp, go to the airport, and then get sent back and have nothing because I've just thrown it all away. It's more difficult than that now, and especially I've got belongings now: 2 EcoFlows, 2 solar panels, a fridge, a TV, a fan, electric blanket. I never mentioned the electric blanket. Didn't use it once this winter. Didn't need it. Fortunately, it didn't get that cold. It got close. I think we got down to 3 degrees. But nice warm dog to cuddle at night. Lots of blankets, nice mattresses. Nice tent. So yeah, so for anyone who's watching and wondering what's what, that's the potted history. You want the full history? You want my background, the who, how, what, when, where, whys? TrampCast 001. That's what you want to search for on YouTube. TrampCast, like it's spelt in the name of this thing, and then a space and two zeros, 001. That's just numbering. It's not James Bond kind of shit. Folks, talk to me or we're going to end it in 2 minutes. I can't keep jibber jabbering with no input. If you're out there and you want to take part, take part. If not, I'm going to take it that there's nobody out there, and I'll just draw a line under it and we'll finish it there. I'm amazed I got this far. I came on tonight thinking 2 hours would be a stretch. I had nothing to talk about. So cheers to all of you. This may be the end. We may be wrapping up. Looks like we're wrapping up, folks. I'll give it an extra minute or two. If we can end on 4:30, but we've had a couple of outages. So what happens when we disconnect and reconnect? The timer here in my app, which currently says 4:29 and 20, 4 hours 29 minutes 20, it gets out of sync with the actual length of the video at the end. If I end on 4:30, it'll end up being like 4:27 or something. I could have ended on 4:20, couldn't I? That would have pleased Scruff Dog and some of you other herbalicious folks. But that didn't happen. Let me finish this little bit of sangria. I'm not going to pour another one because we're finishing, but I'm just going to reach down and check whether this is still cold. Oh yeah, that's plenty cool. It can go back in the fridge for either for tomorrow, or maybe if I do a live stream one afternoon this week. Maybe if I do a live stream, I can have a sangria sat in the sun. If I emptied the fridge and I could maybe make some ice. I have to empty everything else out to get down to that kind of temperature. I haven't got an ice cube tray. Maybe I should buy one of those. I'll add it to my Temu list for when I want to buy a set of weight scales. Not a balance, but kitchen scales. Okay, folks, you're not talking to me. I'm assuming that you've just got this on in the background and you're not even listening. You've put it on and fallen asleep, and I'm just talking to myself. And no one's going to contradict me. The last 2 Sundays, I've lost 25 minutes out of each stream. The first time, the rain was so torrential that we lost the internet signal, and the app didn't tell me. It just carried on and as if we were live. Chat was dead for so long, and the viewer counter was showing 0. So I stepped out and came back in, and everything was fine. 25 minutes talking to myself. That's what it feels like right now, actually. But where are we at? 4:31 and a half. I'll have a couple of sips of my beer. I'm not sure I'd taken a single sip out of it after opening it. I've got coffee here as well still. My doggy is snoring over here. Oh, I just woke her up by saying my doggy. You were snoring like a good one. You're a snory beast. Right? You okay, darling? I'll take you for a walk. Once we finish talking to the people, I'll take you for a quick nighttime walkies. Soon. Not yet. Not yet. Soon. Lay back down. Lay back down. Go see, please. For 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll take you out. Okay, folks. I think we'll do the closing. We'll do the outro. Thank you, everyone, for joining and for keeping the conversation going this long. Apart from this last 10 minutes where you didn't. I'll do the outro. She has woken up just in time, so I'll just put the you bear with us because she's been asleep. She's not going to like having the light on. But here's my gorgeous co-host. Hey, Tina girl. Hey, Tina T. I'm going to take you out in 5 or 10 minutes. Okay? Got a few things to do when we close up. Got to edit some settings in the video and stuff. Hey, babe. Oh, you're going back to sleep even with the light on. Sorry. That's my gorgeous little girl. Tina, whose back legs don't work. But that's my girl. I carry her back end wherever she needs to go. Hey, babe. Daddy loves his girl. Okay, folks. From Tina. Oh, I missed the button. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out.